Canada's original city, and we'll call the meeting to order. First item, please, Common Clerk.
Your Worship, first item is 2.1 on the agenda. It's the council minutes from June the 8th.
Okay, thank you. Moved by the deputy and seconded by Councillor Sullivan. Thank you for that. On the question, anyone have any questions? No, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please show a hand. Thank you. And anyone contrary minded? Not seeing or hearing anyone. Motion is carried. Thank you. Next item.
Item 3 is the approval of the agenda, and there are 2 additions from Committee of the Whole session. 17.1 would be Committee of the Whole recommendation with respect to a General Council Selection Committee, and 17.2 is an amendment to a summer arena license agreement.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a mover for the agenda? Thank you, Deputy. Second, thank you. Councillor Sullivan, thanks. And Councillor Norton, welcome. Common Clerk, Councillor Norton has joined the meeting. Okay, thank you. On the agenda, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Anyone contrary minded? Not seeing any. Thank you. The motion's carried. Next item.
Item 4, disclosures of conflict of interest, if there are any.
Okay, thank you. Council, by show of hands, does anyone or speak up? Anyone have a conflict of interest tonight? Okay, not seeing any or hearing anyone. Thank you. Next item.
Item 5 on the agenda is the consent agenda.
Okay, thank you.
I'll move 5.1 to 5.9 inclusive.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a seconder? Are you seconding, Councillor Strobridge? You're not. Councillor Sullivan, are you seconding that? Thank you. Okay, over to you, Councillor Strobridge.
Just a point of order, Mr. Mayor. I think it's yes. 5.1 to 5.10.
I show 5.1 to 5.9. Can we just have a clarity, Councillor, Common Clerk?
Your Worship, if Council will recall, there was an item that needed removal from the agenda, so you must have the previous version. There are only up to 5.9 on the current agenda.
Thank you, John. I just opened what you just told me, so thank you kindly.
Okay, no problem. Thank you, Councillor, for the clarity. Councillor Strobridge, over to you.
Thank you. Item 5.5 on the consent agenda, I'd like to pull that and talk about that at some point before we adjourn this evening.
Okay, thank you. So we would just pull that Common Clerk down into...
Your Worship, that would become 14.1 on the agenda.
Okay, thank you. And just help me, do the movers and seconders have to agree with that?
Yes, Your Worship.
Thank you. You're okay with that, Deputy?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And Councillor Sullivan. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay, sorry, Councillor McKenzie, did you have a question?
Yes, Your Worship. Maybe not tonight, but are we able to discuss 5.6, the Trojans project and the bike park for Crescent Valley before next time this comes up?
Yes.
Obviously, there was an issue with those 2 applications. I'd like to get it straightened out.
Yeah, so we've pulled that whole item, Councillor, to the 14th, so you'd be able to ask some questions there.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, on the consent agenda then, I will call the question. All those in favor, please show a hand. Thank you. And anyone contrary minded? I see no one. Thank you. A motion is carried. Next item, Common Clerk.
Item 6 on the agenda is members' comments.
Okay, thank you. Perfect. Maybe, okay, Councillor Sullivan.
Thank you, Worship. Just a reminder to everybody who might be watching and joining us tonight, even though restrictions are lifted with COVID and many more things are open, please be safe. Please wear your community masks when you're out and about if you can't keep social distancing, and be safe. On this same topic, being safe, make sure as much as you can while being safe, you're out supporting our local businesses. We get out to the Queen's Square Market last weekend. It was very well organized. Looking forward to getting there this weekend. And our Thursday night market is open as well. So make sure socially distance, wear your masks, but get out and support your local businesses. One local business that we know is wrapping up is the Cherrybrook Zoo, and it's now closed for visiting while they work to resolve, I guess, destinations for the animals. But they still do have a need for some support in order to keep those animals fed until they are moved on to other zoos. So please, as much as you can, even in these times, continue to support your Cherrybrook Zoo. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor Reardon.
Thank you, Your Worship. I've got some good news from transit. So St. John Transit, Kodiak Transpo, and Fredericton Transit have worked together, and they have come up with a unified operational plan to respond to the increased demand for passengers on the buses. So we are going to be moving from 9 passengers on the bus to 50% full. They'll mark out they'll have the seats all marked out. So on Monday, effective Monday, June 29th, masks will now be required on the bus. Children under age 2 and those with medical conditions would be exempt, obviously. Seating capacity will increase up to 50% of regular capacity. Seats will be marked, masks will be monitored, and should passengers comply, further service level increases are anticipated. And of course, the opposite happens if our passengers don't comply. The 2 seats directly behind the operators will remain blocked off. Passengers can expect appropriate distancing to be available, and they're encouraged also to bring hand sanitizer as well on the bus. So I thought that's very progressive, and like I said, the 3 city transportation networks have worked together collaboratively to come up with that plan. We'll all be doing the same thing at the same time, and hopefully things will just move right along and we'll be up and running. Thanks so much.
Thank you. So maybe I'll just jump in quick if you don't mind. Just want to thank Matthew Martin. So a week ago, yesterday, we had the Black Lives Matter rally in King Square. Thousands, I don't know how. I mean, the video footage of the drone footage of the crowd coming down King Street, was just spectacular if you didn't see it. Thousands of people, in my view, I have never seen King Square in my time that full. I want to thank Matthew Martin and his team that put that together. Young leaders that did just an incredible job of taking an idea and putting it together. It was a very peaceful gathering, very inspiring gathering. So I want to thank the community for the overwhelming turnout to the Black Lives Matter rally. The attendance and the enthusiasm in the crowd showed that we are not only ready for change, we're demanding it. So my focus is to work for a community where we can all thrive socially and economically and on an equal playing field. And this, in my view, can't be top down. It can't be a top down conversation. It has to be all of us working together. As a leader in the community, I'm committed to working together and to ask the tough questions. I attended on June 14th to listen and to learn, and I'm no different than anyone else in that I don't have all of the answers, but I am committed to being part of the conversation and, more importantly, part of the solution. I've had conversations with Prude Inc., with the St. John Newcomer Center. Matthew and I are meeting next week. And we need to continue not only the discussion, but wrap action around this. And I think certainly what I've seen in the last couple of weeks, do I believe systemic racism exists? Yes. Do I believe, unfortunately, that really unfortunate incidents are happening? Yes, I do. And in fact, systemic racism. Sorry. And in fact, today I talked with a couple that some of you, a young lady that some of you, Councillor, your microphone is not muted. I talked with a daughter of a lady who had just recently passed who experienced something in 1957. And we had a conversation about that experience. And while it would be difficult for any one of us on council to take that sort of responsibility for what happened in 1957, I can tell you that the family was very appreciative of a conversation that some of those behaviors are certainly weren't acceptable then, and they certainly aren't acceptable today in our community. So, all that to say, look forward to continued dialogue, but more important, action and working together to move forward. So, thank you very much. Anyone else, folks? Okay, thank you. Next item, Common Clerk.
The next item is the public hearing. That was scheduled for 6:30, so we could move on to the bylaw readings under items 10.
Okay, thank you. Let's do that. And I just understand, Common Clerk, on 10.1, that I will turn the chair over, Deputy Mayor, to you, and that myself, Councillor Sullivan, Councillor Norton, and Councillor Strobridge will all turn our cameras off and mute ourselves. We were not present for that hearing. So is that correct, Common Clerk?
That is correct, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you. So I'll turn it over to you, Deputy, and I will,
Okay, Common Clerk, want to read the first reading that we have? Third reading entirely?
Yes, Deputy Mayor. So 10.1 on your agenda is a municipal plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment that has section 59 conditions for 251 to 361 Riverview Drive. So this is third reading, and it would require 5 motions in total. The first 2 would be for the municipal plan. Motion number 1 would be to read it in its entirety, and then motion 2 by title. And then we would move on to zoning entirety, section 59, and by title.
Okay, so do I need to move through reading for the municipal plan? Moved by Councillor Reardon, second by Councillor Merthew. On that question, all those in favor? Contrary minded? Motion carried. Common Clerk?
Just for the record, Deputy Mayor, I saw a nay from Councillor Casey. Is that correct?
I can't see the names on my screen, so.
Yes.
Okay.
Councillor Casey, did you vote nay?
Yes, nay.
Is there anyone else that had a nay? Okay, just the one nay. Motion carried. Common Clerk, please.
Deputy Mayor, this is a law to amend the municipal plan bylaw. Be it enacted by the City of St. John and Common Council convened as follows. The municipal plan bylaw, the City of St. John enacted on the 30th day of January 2012 is amended by 1, amending Schedule A, city structure, by redesignating a parcel of land with an area of approximately 2,734 square meters located at 251 to 361 Riverview Drive, also identified as portions of PID numbers 55226054, 00415992, 55147540, and 55206411, an undeveloped portion of the New Brunswick Route 1 right-of-way, and a portion of Algonquin Place, and from park and natural area to stable area classification, and 2, amending Schedule B, future land use, by redesignating the same parcel of land from park and natural area to stable residential classification.
Okay, thank you, Common. I now ask for third reading by title on the municipal plan. Moved by Councillor Merthew, seconded by Councillor Reardon. Any questions? All those in favor? Contrary minded? Okay, motion is carried with Councillor Casey voting negative. Common Clerk, please.
A law to amend the municipal plan bylaw.
Okay, our next one is the third reading on the rezoning of 261, I'm sorry, 261 to 251 to 361 Riverview Drive. On that question, do I have somebody move the third reading? Councillor Reardon, seconded by Councillor Armstrong. On the question, all those in favor? Contrary minded? Okay, motion carried with Councillor Casey voting negative. Common Clerk, please.
A law to amend the zoning bylaw of the City of St. John, be it enacted by the City of St. John in Common Council convened as follows. The zoning bylaw of the City of St. John enacted on the 15th day of December 2014 is amended by 1, amending Schedule A, the zoning map of the City of St. John by rezoning a parcel of land having an area of approximately 2,594 square meters located at 251 to 361 Riverview Drive, also identified as PID numbers 00415-992, 00393975, and 55147540 from 2-unit residential to low-rise residential. 2, amending Schedule A, the zoning map of the City of St. John by rezoning a parcel of land having an area of approximately 675 square meters located at 251 to 361 Riverview Drive, also identified as PID numbers 55226047 and 55226054 from park to low-rise residential. And 3, amending Schedule A of the zoning map of the City of St. John by rezoning parcels of land having an area of approximately 1,345 square meters located at 251 to 361 Riverview Drive, also identified as an undeveloped portion of Algonquin Place and a portion of PID number 55206411, an undeveloped portion of New Brunswick Route 1 right-of-way, from being unzoned to low-rise residential pursuant to a resolution adopted by Common Council under Section 59 of the Community Planning Act.
Okay, could we have reading by title? Third reading, rezoning by title, moved by Councilor Reardon, seconded by Councilor McKenzie. On the question, all those in favor? Contrary minded? Councilor Casey voting against. Common Clerk, please.
Deputy Mayor, that motion should have been Section 59. I'm assuming that's okay with the council?
Yeah, don't we need to do a second, third reading?
Yeah, after the Section 59.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's okay.
I normally have these written out. I didn't know I had to do this. Okay, so Section 59, do you want to re-vote on that?
It's up to the chair.
Well, no, but it's council, we'll just re-vote on it. Should have been, council, should have been conditions of Section 59. All those in favor? Or first of all, somebody move that? Councilor Mayor through Councilor Reardon. All those in favor? Contrary minded? Okay, same vote. Okay, the next item is the third reading on the rezoning. Do we have to do that again?
Yes, Deputy Mayor, this one is for title, yes.
Title. On that question, could I have somebody move it? Councilor Reardon, seconder, please. I can't even see all of you because, you know, I don't have my screen fixed that way. Councilor Armstrong, you're seconding. On the question, all those in favor? Contrary minded? Councilor Casey. Motion carried. Common Clerk, please.
A law to amend the zoning bylaw of the City of St. John.
Okay, thank you very much. Where's the mayor? Did he?
Hi, Deputy. Thank you. Okay, it is 6:22, Common Clerk. So is there an item that you think we can deal with in 8 minutes or thereabouts?
Your worship, if I might, as a city manager, I think we can get through 10.2 with Deputy Commissioner Tim O'Reilly, who's also our traffic engineer, providing an introduction if you so choose.
Okay, thank you. Common Clerk, could just call that item, please?
Yes, Your Worship. 10.2 on the agenda is traffic bylaw amendments for Harding Street West and King Street East. This would be for first and second reading of a bylaw amendment.
Thank you, Mr. O'Reilly. A quick intro.
Thank you, Your Worship and Council. So before you this evening are two sets of amendments to the traffic bylaw. Both of them are to support development within the City of St. John. On King Street East, we are looking at a restriction of some on-street parking in proximity to Sydney Street to align with the St. John Theatre Company's project on that corner, looking to expand out the lay-by area for their patrons. Reached out to Parking Commission on that one, looking at loss of 2 parking spaces with that change. The second one is a bit more complicated, Harding Street West. There was a plan about 10 years or so ago to turn that bottom portion of Harding Street West into two-way traffic. It was to support the development site at the corner of Harding Street West and Fairview Boulevard to allow access in from Harding Street West. So we did at the time reconstruct the intersection of Fairview Boulevard and Harding Street West, reconstruct the street itself to accommodate two-way traffic, and a lower portion of the street was closed as well. The development itself did not happen, but there is new strength at this point to develop that property and add that access onto Harding Street West. So by accommodating this change in traffic flow, we can accommodate that traffic coming into that new development once it is developed. Up to now, there was no way for vehicles to go other than a driveway across the street. In terms of consultation, I did reach out to the property owner at the corner of Harding Street West, the only other access onto that portion of street. Concern from that person's perspective is the mixing of traffic with addition of traffic coming down Harding Street West into either his property or the access. I will point out to council that particular first and second reading, we are doing it at this time to indicate some level of support for that development moving forward, so the developer can reach out to tenants and secure tenants for that site. We would not be returning to council until a later date when that access is actually developed for third reading, because again, we need that access to be built in order for an outlet for those vehicles to go once it becomes two-way traffic. And with that, I'll turn it back to you, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you.
I'll move
for staff recommendation.
Thank you. So you move first reading, Councillor Armstrong. Thank you.
Yes.
Second. Thank you, Deputy. Okay. Thank you. On the any question, Councillor Casey, or okay, go ahead.
Yeah, there's not going to be a lot of room on that. Are we putting are we potentially going to put a stop sign there or something like that? Because that fills up quite fast at times.
I guess I'd look more clarity as to where exactly you're talking about for that stop sign.
Right at the just beyond the traffic light.
Are you talking the in the blue area in your map, Councillor Casey? Is that just if you see there's a color-coded map, blue, red, can you maybe indicate it off of that? On page 138?
Yeah, right at the edge of Harding Street West.
Okay, so
Or something.
sure. So as the development itself proceeds, that would be the way that those vehicles would come in off of Harding Street West. We are looking at to ensure that vehicles can come off of that street easily into the new access point. So we're not expecting at this point to have any conflicting traffic at that intersection. They'll be able to come in off of Harding Street West and in. It will still be flow through traffic coming down Harding Street West and towards Fairview Boulevard. So we're not expecting any need for traffic control at this point in time.
So is the little green section, is that going to be the entrance?
That is the approximate location of the access into the development site, yes.
Okay, that's probably going to be hard to get into, but
Thank you, City Manager.
Your Worship, if I may, to the councillor's point, understand that we have yet to be briefed on and approve the development for that site. This is first and second reading only. Once we get a much clearer understanding of the development and what the sort of traffic flow in and out of it will be, then the necessary traffic adjustments would be made. This is a provisional approval of council that you are supportive of these changes to help the development of that site, but there's still additional staff work that needs to be done on traffic flow, speed control measures, etc. Again, depending on the development and how it unfolds.
okay, that's fine. It's going to be tricky either way, is what I'm going to say. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Norton, and then I see you, Councillor Armstrong. Go ahead, Councillor Norton. Sorry, you're muted, Councillor. Councillor. There you go.
Yeah, thank you for that, Your Worship. Out of sync there. So
yeah.
Through you to the City Manager, Mr. O'Reilly. we all know, especially those listening this evening and around council, that the I'll just call it the pain point for Harding Street residents as it relates to truck traffic, pollution, noise pollution, the emissions. The quality of life for those residents has been severely impaired, and that's not news to the media that might be in tune tonight, or Mr. O'Reilly, who I know. Thank you, Mr. O'Reilly, who's worked in close contact and cooperation with the residents on there. What can be done? I understand that we don't need to go through a public hearing because the rezoning this application it fits. So I mean, as it relates to that, it's zoned for this type of application. But what can we do for property owners as it relates to the truck traffic that's coming down Harding Street? Is there anything that we can do to mitigate? Can we soften traffic? Is there any type of is there anything that we can do to minimize that? I guess my concern is this: where it was one-way traffic, it's been a massive concern for those residents. And now that it's going to be two-way traffic, I don't think any reasonable person can say that this is not going to be an issue. It's going to be an increasing issue, and honestly, my sympathies and my frustration go out to those residents in terms of, what more can the city do? Tim, I know you're very well aware of this file, and man, I sympathize and really want to do something to help their burden.
Sure. So if I can help, so I guess first of all, the two-way portion of Harding Street West would only be that lower portion that connects onto Fairview Boulevard. So the additional traffic coming onto Harding Street West in that direction will only go as far as the development site itself. Now, certainly there is the expectation there would be some increased traffic coming down Harding Street West associated with this development. But again, two-way traffic portion with this particular development is only the bottom portion of the street. Certainly, we will be back to Common Council later on this year with Phase 3 of Move SJ and some of the long-term strategic plans around transportation. Sims Corner has certainly been on the priority list, a number of transportation plans, and it will be certainly mentioned in this transportation plan as well. So absolutely, there are some longer term improvements that could happen with that intersection. But in terms of this particular development, again, it's only the bottom portion of Harding Street West is going to become two-way. And that portion will not impact any of the residents that live on that upper portion of the street.
Councillor, follow up? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Tim, for that. I don't want my comments to be confused with the fact that I am encouraged and delighted to see the development. I am. I'm grateful to see shovels be put into the ground there and see some development take place on that corner. I think it's great, and understand that it's only on one section of Harding Street where we are going to see that two-way flow. I guess what I've heard on the ground is some of the tractor trailers and some of those long loads that are coming down, making that corner, the in and out, the pause and start at that I guess at that elbow, for lack of a better word. What I guess whatever we can do in terms of maybe even encouraging truck traffic to take the next street over, for instance, so that when they get down to that corner, there's less of that. Just some education around the fact that there's other alternative routes to get to where you're going, and encourage people to explore those options. I think Harding Street residents would be appreciative of that, and I know that you've done that, Mr. O'Reilly. Thank you to your office for that assistance. And I guess we just keep the good fight going on there to ask people to try to explore other routes to get to that destination, that retail corridor that's starting to see development. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Common Clerk, I want to respect so I know there's no presenters at our public hearing. And I know Councillor Armstrong, I think you had a comment to just, we may be able to get through this in another minute or two, or so just maybe we'll go to you and we'll see how we're doing. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I just want to commend the staff, Tim O'Reilly and them. You're looking down the road here, 6 months, if nothing happens, we revert back. I really appreciate that in the report, and you're doing that. It's good for the developers and it's good for the city staff. And also, as I said before, picking up on Greg's, Reddy Street was always a truck route growing up for me, and I've lived here my whole life. So that, as Greg said, maybe not forced the trucks, but certainly recommend them taking Reddy Street, would leave the 33 houses on Harding Street. I think there's only like 8 or 10 on Reddy Street. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. O'Reilly, I guess maybe just a head nod, my take on after tonight, you'll work with the developer and you'll apply your, the best practices in terms of openings and all the concerns you're hearing tonight. That's the detailed work that would be worked out between yourselves and the developers.
Yes, absolutely. Just reiterate, city manager, that's right, that this is an initial first, second reading to support the development. There will be a process between now and third reading to look at all those issues.
Details. Okay, perfect. Thank you. So we've moved from memory, I think, Councillor Armstrong, Common Clerk, we have the first reading moved, I believe.
Councillor Armstrong and Deputy Mayor.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay, I'll call the vote on the first reading then. All those in favor, please signify. Thank you. And anyone contrary-minded? Okay, not seeing anyone. That's a unanimous vote. Okay.
A law to amend a bylaw respecting the traffic on streets in the city of St. John.
I'll move second reading.
Thank you, Deputy. Seconded by Councillor Armstrong. Thank you. On the question, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Anyone contrary-minded? Okay, thank you. That motion is carried unanimously. Thank you.
A law to amend a bylaw respecting the traffic on streets in the city of St. John.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay, next we'll go back to our public hearing, please. Next item.
9.1 on your agenda is for a public hearing, and it's for a bylaw respecting the closing of roads, streets, or highways in the city of St. John. It's for Algonquin Place, and Director Fogan will give some background information.
Okay, thank you. And to the council and to the members of the public, this process that we're in around public hearings is a bit different than it was in the past with our online meetings. We had no one registered, just so you know. We had no one register and we had no correspondence on this item, either in favor of or offering any objections to this item. So just so you know, that is the case for this public hearing tonight. And over to you, Mr. Fogan.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the council. Back in January, council approved a conditional purchase and sale agreement in regards to several plots of land owned by the city to enable the proponent to assemble a few lots together to build an 11-unit development in 3 phases. The original public hearing was scheduled for March, and then it was rescheduled at last meeting at council. So this is the public hearing in relation to the stop-up and closure of Algonquin Place. It's an undeveloped street off of Riverview Drive.
Okay, thank you. So again, council, we have had no one register either in to speak in favor of or speak in opposition to this particular item. So I would declare the public hearing closed, and I would ask if there's any questions of staff. Sorry, Deputy, go ahead.
I'll move first reading.
Okay, thank you. Moved by the Deputy, seconded by Councillor McKenzie. Thank you. On the question, any questions? Okay, I'll call the question then. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. And anyone contrary-minded? Okay, not seeing anyone. Thank you.
A bylaw respecting the closing of roads, streets, or highways in the city of St. John.
Okay, thank you.
Second reading.
Thank you, Deputy. Moved and seconded by Councillor Sullivan. Thank you, Councillor. Okay, not seeing any on the question. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Anyone contrary-minded? Not seeing anyone. Motion is carried unanimously. Thank you.
A bylaw respecting the closing of roads, streets, or highways in the city of St. John.
Okay, thank you. Next item, please.
Item 10.3 on your agenda is staff report with first and second reading for council's consideration, and it's on the topic of economic and community recovery, open streets in the city of St. John.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Hamilton, could I call on you, please, for an introduction?
Yes, Your Worship. Good evening, Your Worship, members of council. Before you this evening are a series of 6 recommendations to deliver an open streets program, which is intended to activate public streets as part of the city's economic and community recovery efforts. The suite of recommendations is intended to be adopted as a package this evening and contains 4 key components. First of all, a first and second reading of the traffic bylaw amendments to support city-initiated open streets that would occur on a rotating basis on weekends throughout the summer months. The second component is the creation of a pedestrian precinct on South Market Street. The third is the introduction of curbside parking pickup spaces in the uptown area. And the fourth is a streamlined process for community street closures. These recommendations present a balanced approach to economic recovery, which drives activity to the city's prime commercial districts, while also respecting public health orders. This approach responds to the recent virtual public engagement hosted by the city, and also is a key initiative to action Plan SJ and the recently adopted neighborhood plan for the Central Peninsula. With that as an introduction, I'll now turn things over to Ville, Deputy Commissioner of Growth and Community Planning, to provide an overview of the recommendations before you this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Hamilton.
Thank you, and through your worship to members of council, I will be sharing my screen. Okay, let's get started. Thanks for the intro, Jacqueline. The only thing that I would add to the introduction is that this was supported with great feedback from our growth partners in the community, and as well as extensive support from internal staff, and as you'll see, supportive through some data that we've collected as well. Just to bring members of council back to what we're trying to achieve here, it's to enable and accelerate local economic recovery and also to drive people traffic in our commercial corridors and areas of the city. I did want to start with some definitions because it can get a little confusing here. There's a difference between city-initiated open streets and community-initiated open streets. So let's just give an example. Community-initiated open streets is when a group like a Third Shift or a Moonlight Bazaar comes to the city and says, I have an idea, I want to close down a street. So we have a process for that, but we're also talking about improving that. A city-initiated open street for an event is what you are discussing tonight. There's a matter related to that, and that's when the city is proactively initiating that approval for that temporary pedestrianization of the street. I'd also like to note that we're trying not to use the term closing down a street. I know that's what you think when you open a street, and they're 2 different terms, but we're trying intentionally to talk about opening up a street and to pedestrianize the street. So it's challenging to do because you are also closing down the street from vehicle traffic, but we're going to try to use the word open. So the Open Streets survey, over 2,000 respondents participated, 83 businesses, 92 of which were from the Central Peninsula. For a little bit of a breakdown of who participated, which is a good news story, about 18% of respondents were actually not from St. John. I think that shows that folks who do not live in St. John feel very much linked to the recovery efforts of St. John, and I think is indicative of our partnership with the broader region. Some of the data sets that came through was that citizens and residents were supportive, for the most part, to some sort of open street. Here you see just the breakdown of where exactly the interest is, preferred street opening option from citizens. So 67.2% would recommend street openings all summer long. This is a really, I believe, informative stat, is that 85% of individuals are more inclined to visit a restaurant or a store with outdoor space. So I think what you're seeing here is that the consumer is still not prepared, or not in a regular setting yet, not willing to enter into a store as need be. And it does support the need for restaurants and businesses to think of ways to bring customers in different ways. And that's why curbside pickup is so popular, but also the need to get them to a broader space or with more space. I'm not going to go through all these slides, so I will be skipping some. This is one of them that I will be skipping. Another. Very quickly on the play streets, we did survey respondents on play streets, and for those who don't know what that means, is in bigger cities, play streets were a spot when parks were closed that people could play. It could be a yoga class, it could be an old hockey game on the street, but you would open the street to pedestrians for the purpose of play. And there was quite a bit of support for that idea within the community, and over 50%. So that's something else to look at. It's not part of the recommendation this evening. In terms of businesses, some of the key businesses that participated, you see restaurants, retail, as well as accommodation, among others that participated. This slide speaks to 60% of the businesses surveyed are extremely or very supportive of open streets. I would note that some businesses do have a sizable portion that are not supportive, including the retail, 21%, 50% in the service and personal care, and also 23%, almost 24% at the restaurants and other eating places. We did get a little bit more data in the Central Peninsula, or the Uptown, and there's 30 businesses that completed the survey in this particular restaurant district that we call it. Doesn't mean that they're just restaurants, but in the restaurant district. In 84.6% of those, businesses believe a single weekend closure would have a positive or neutral impact on their business. And you see that there's a little bit more opposition towards a full street closure all summer, or street closure during the entire week. We then participated in some virtual town halls. My colleague David Doublestein and Mayor Darling. About 80 participants between the two sessions participated on June 11th. I think it reaffirmed for the most part a lot of what we got in the survey, but we received positive feedback on open streets, and made sure there was an additional comment about the importance of ensuring access during the weekdays. We also surveyed folks during that virtual town hall, and of those businesses participating, nobody indicated that there would be a negative impact to their business if we closed the street. Most were neutral, as well as some that were supportive. So as Jacqueline mentioned, here are the 4 recommendations. I will be going into them in a little bit more detail, but not much. The criteria for success, again, I'm not going to go through this, but staff created 10 criteria to make sure that the recommendations we provide are consistent with what we've heard, as well as supportive of mitigating any impacts it would have on the business and residents in the area. The first proposal is a rotating open street initiative, 12 weekend openings from July 3rd to September 20th. It would be a Friday evening until Sunday afternoon. It is the full temporary closure of the street. So it's not just one lane. It is the full closure of the street for that period of time, just the weekend. And it's rotating between 3 different scenarios throughout that period. We also, I'm not going to go through all of this. There is an entire policy and procedures that we're developing to guide the city in supporting these openings, and to ensure that the operational plans are in place and that we uphold the exact same rigor that a community-initiated open street application would require. So that is part of your packet, the draft, and that would be something that we would seek to support, to have your support next meeting. And that's it right there. The second proposal is for 11 new 15-minute parking spots in the Central Peninsula. As Jacqueline mentioned, this is to enhance the curbside business that is being experienced in the Central Peninsula. We've selected these 11 spots for a variety of different reasons, but they are in the primary commercial corridor and area. And they also do not intervene with loading zones or with any of the existing handicap parking areas. This is moving from a 2-hour parking to a 15-minute parking. So there's no free parking considered for this. It would just simply to change those particular parking spots to a 15-minute only to ensure that kind of turnover, quick turnover for that pickup service. The third proposal in the recommendation is really a new community-initiated street closure application for those community-initiated events and ideas. We want to be able to streamline them, and we will be coming forward with changes to do that, including the requirement of a 90-day turnaround to do it. We think we can do it quicker, and the bylaw should be adjusted to invite this new era of community-initiated open streets. The last proposal is the permanently pedestrianize South Market Street. So we've already heard about that, but we're setting the date of July 3rd to do that. And the only vehicular access would be for loading at particular times and upon discretion of the city market manager. The report also suggests 4 different alternatives. And why we put that in is that, listen, we believe we've established a recommendation that is the most consistent with the feedback received, with best practice, with feedback from partners, internally in terms of capacity and those 10 criteria. However, there's certainly an opportunity to turn it up, to be a little bit more forward-thinking or more aggressive with the strategy. And that one example of that would be option 1 here, which is open streets every day from July to September 20th. So the same 3 scenarios, but basically we would do it for an entire week instead of just the weekend. We would recommend against that type of approach because of the feedback we've received. Also, maybe a kind of a lighter version would be the full reliance on community-initiated open streets versus the city being proactive with it. Again, it seems like there is enough evidence to suggest that the community, both businesses and residents, are interested in some proactivity here from the city standpoint, and that is why we're recommending that. We are requesting funding to do this. This is not an easy decision to make, especially with the existing sustainability challenges we're facing and budget challenges we face. So we did not take this recommendation lightly. However, I think it is fair to say that we are organizing 12 consecutive weekend events from July until September. Some people will take an entire year to do that for one weekend. We're going to try to do 12 in a row. The existing staff capacity to do it is simply not there. So this funding is, from my perspective, a requirement in order to ensure that this is a success. So we are requesting $60,000 for that period of time to animate the particular streets and to support the most amount of traffic while respecting social distancing and the mandatory orders. The timeline seems complicated, but it's not that complicated. Let me try to simplify it for you. June 22nd, today, we're seeking first and second reading of the traffic bylaw amendments for the rotating streets. We are going to be requesting a special meeting on the 29th next week, which will be the first and second reading of the 15-minute metered parking spots, which will also act as the third reading for the traffic bylaw amendments for the rotating streets. The first rotating street will be July 3rd. It's identified which one in your packet. July 6th, the regular council meeting will be the first and second reading of the amendments to the traffic bylaw to introduce a new community-initiated application form and process. And then July 20th will be the third reading of that. And the 13th will be the effective date for the 15-minute parking, and July 21st will be the effective date for the community-initiated application form. There are 6 recommendations, including a first and second reading, as well as a request for funding from the Growth Reserve, among others. And I am available for any questions if there are any. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Commissioner Willett. Questions, Councillor McKenzie.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm a little bit concerned, Phil, with the every third weekend type thing. You know, like if you live uptown, it took a long time to get used to the one-sided parking. And so I'm thinking if I go uptown and I have no idea, what I'm going to run into, but is there a reason why we can't just close them all down on the weekend and be done with it instead of every third weekend?
Great question. I think the simplest way of explaining it to residents is that every weekend, for the next 12 consecutive weekends, there will be an open street initiative happening in the uptown. However, there'll be different ones. So there is a requirement to inform. The reason for that is for fairness. We didn't want to just pick on one particular street. We wanted to divide this up so that there was different opportunities for different animation for different businesses, and to show a little bit of diversity. So we thought that was the most the fairest way of approaching it for the local businesses, and we should also mention that it's a pilot. So if some of them work and some of them don't, we can easily pivot into one, and among if some are very successful, maybe enhance some others.
So I guess I wasn't very clear, but what I'm saying is, does it make a difference if you open or play or whatever you want to call it, 4 or 5 streets instead of picking, one at a time? Isn't it fair to everybody that way too?
Your Worship, if I may, at this point, I would simply like to remind Council that we are trying to do something that will please most and not upset too many. And what we found in the survey, and Phil touched on it, was that we have broad support for occasional street closures, but the more of it you do, the support quickly falls off. So this might be a case of too much is a good thing. We will continue to monitor this, Councillor, as we roll it out. But right now, we're trying to find a good balance between those who want it and those who don't want it at all. And therefore, to the notion of closing a number of streets every weekend throughout the summer would not have the level of support that we believe is in this required for this to be a success.
Okay, thank you. That was a good answer.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hickey, I think did you have your?
Thank you, Your Worship. Phil, can you just quickly walk me through, I guess the cost wasn't one thing I was really anticipating as much. Can you just walk me through the justification for that and the idea around where that's coming from a bit further?
Sure. And again, it was not an easy decision to put this into the report, but essentially the coordinating piece of this is pretty extensive. If you think about it, each business will choose to animate the street in a particular way. So we've got to coordinate between the different businesses. So you could have, for example, a yoga class happening at 9 a.m. On the open street. But then there's going to be a cordon off area for an extended liquor license. In addition to some other animation from the city. And all that needs to be coordinated. One thing that we need to also ensure is that social distancing is respected. And it's going to be both the responsibility of the participating businesses as well as the city. So there needs to be a little bit of coordination on site. And also I'm hearing a little bit of feedback. I'm not sure who that's from. I don't know if there's a microphone on. I'm hearing a double. There we go. And that does require some on-site support. So really, you've got to look at it through 3 different lenses. One is, we heard this from our partners, we absolutely need a strong communication strategy. So that would be one expenditure that is absolutely needed. We can't fulfill that all in the short period of time in-house. The other one is event planning coordination piece. And then the third piece would be the safety concerns, the barriers, the signage, the actual temporary barricades to support that. So there's a mechanism to do that and a plan to do that. So again, it's all related to the internal capacity to fulfill that, and we'd be seeking third-party support to achieve that.
And Your Worship, if I may, we as a city staff, we certainly have not given up on the idea of seeking partnerships and/or sponsorship to help mitigate these costs. And secondly, this is not coming out of any operating budget. This is coming out of the growth reserve. Our recommendation is that it come out of the growth reserve, where this council has already approved some $500,000 of that to be used to kickstart our recovery here in the city of St. John. And certainly this particular effort, although it's a high dollar figure, satisfies the criteria that we put in place for consideration of using the growth reserve for this.
And I guess it answers my next question too, Phil, from what the city manager has said, which is really just, if we're putting beautification and that kind of thing off the table in a lot of ways, I find it difficult. I find it difficult to then turn around and justify this expenditure, but I understand it is coming from the growth reserve. To the comms plan, I know the city manager just referenced it, but I do have some continued concern around it because to me it sounds complicated when you talk about a rotating the rotation. Can you explain to me what exactly the anticipation is there? Like, is it more so us communicating what's happening on those streets, or is it us relying on businesses to use that space and then communicate it through their channels to do so?
Good question. I think you're going to see a little bit of both the animation from businesses, but it will be our responsibility to animate the street. There could be no businesses that participate, but we still want to drive volume to those particular areas of people in order for them to visit the businesses that are located there. So I could imagine that, that particular expenditure in the communication strategy would also support, mapping of what streets are open when. You could also see maybe a schedule of events so that citizens could interact with that and say, oh, I want to go between 2 and 4. That's where I want to go. And you'd also help the businesses kind of accelerate their promotion. But you're absolutely right. The businesses would also be expected to drive their own consumers and clients into their business. We're just trying to drive volume while respecting social distancing in those particular open street initiatives.
If I may just add on, I think it's important for council to understand that this is a pilot project throughout the summer. At any point in time, if it's not working well, if we're not getting the attendance we want, we will be back to council recommending that we either alter or shut it down, right? We're not doing this just for the sake of doing it. We're doing it for the benefit of our community. If the benefit's not there, we walk away. One thing we want to ensure, though, is that decision be an informed one. So therefore, we want to make sure that the public is well aware of what's going on, why they should come and visit our open streets, what the attraction is to coming there. There is a bit of a sell job that needs to go on here to encourage people to show up. It's not unlike what we did with the night market last year when we first started the night market. We had to advertise the night market. Otherwise, we can't assume that people will be aware. They have to be told. And that's part of where the communication strategy will come into play.
Okay, thank you. And I guess that does a lot for me, city manager, and to the deputy commissioner, I guess, because our ability to be agile on this and to be able to react quickly is an important one for me. Because certainly I do, we've got a letter in the kit. There are some concerns from businesses as to whether or not this will be successful. So let's hope, my anticipation is that we're nimble enough to be able to react to things. And I guess my last question, Phil, I don't want to take up too much more time, but is there an understanding of, where cities like, I'm not sure how long they've been enacted for, but I know the conversations were a lot earlier than ours, like Moncton and Fredericton, how their plans around this have gone to date? Is there any understanding on that? Just curious for comparison's sake.
Yeah, as I think I've mentioned maybe in the virtual town halls that every community is doing what fits for them, and it's difficult to translate from one to the other. So for Moncton, they've closed down one lane of traffic, and it seems to be working fairly well for them. And in Fredericton, they've taken the establishment of different patios, city-initiated patios across their municipal properties. And from my understanding, there's some uptake to that as well. So, I think it's what works for our community and what survey data indicates and what we're hearing from residents and businesses. So for this particular reason, I think we also have a very rich history in St. John of community initiated street openings. And I think that is familiar for a lot of residents, and it does draw an attraction.
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to the red tape being removed on that. And certainly I think it's I think the justification in the finances is rooted in that, this is built for growth reserve. We're trying to spur economic development in the uptown, or continued economic growth in the uptown. Well, thanks very much, Phil.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. And just Deputy and Councillor Merrithew, you're both unmuted. So if you could just mute for me, please. Councillor Weirden.
Thank you, Worship. I think placemaking is very important, and this is a segue into it for us. I think the animation of the streets will eventually happen. Not eventually happen, it will happen right away. I am curious about, though, I see in the kit you'll have some money put away for signage, so it'd be great to have some interesting signs for your 15-minute parking spots so people are clear where they are, that they're bold, you can see them, and they have something, interesting maybe on them to attract people there so that people know curbside is still available. The signs are there for them. They can find their parking spots, grab and go, and away they're, and it's perfect. So, and I'm happy to hear that. I knew that from the kit, but it's nice for the public to hear it is a pilot. We will be nimble. We are listening. We will tweak it if it has to be tweaked, and away we go. I think it's important to do it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sullivan.
Thank you, Worship. Thanks to everyone who put time into this. I'm really, I'm fairly shocked and surprised that we've got this before us tonight. This is incredibly entrepreneurial, and my experience, no offense to everybody with the City of St. John, is we usually move really glacial slow on something that's a good idea. And to build on what Councillor Reardon was talking about how this is going to build. And this is exciting. We're building on a strength here. Anybody who's been uptown in any of the last half dozen summers knows how exciting it is when we pedestrianize a street. And, I've often said we've turned Canterbury Street into the Canadian version of Bourbon Street, except instead of beer, everybody's carrying Tim Hortons. This is creative. It's flexible. It's forward-thinking and responsive with, we've got this COVID crisis, which has forced us to think differently, but build on a strength. But it's flexible enough that if things aren't going right, we're ready to tweak it. And the plans are already in place. It's not we're putting it in place and then later on we'd be like, oh, it's not working. The thoughts are already in there of how it can be tweaked. And I'll tell you my experience with being forced to change how graduations have worked at the high schools. I mean, we're having discussions at my school right now of, are we ever going to go back? I think this is something where we play with it, we tweak it, we try it. And I'm very confident with how successful pedestrianizing streets have been in the past in Uptown St. John, that we'll learn a lot this summer. And I'm quite excited to see it happen. I don't think we would ever go back. So I really foresee some version of this continuing on and having the opportunity and smart forward thinking to say, this is a pilot. Let's run it out there. Let's learn from it. Thank you to everybody involved. I think this is a great idea and will have my full support.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Would you like to move the recommendation? I don't believe it's on the floor.
Happy to.
Second.
Okay, thank you. Second by Councillor Reardon. Thank you. Anyone else? Sorry, Deputy, go ahead. You're muted.
But I was wondering if everything that's going to happen on the street, is the city going to organize a lot of it? Like, are we going to, that's what you need the money for? Like, if you wanted someone to give a class on yoga lesson, or whatever lessons, yoga, would we be paying somebody to do that, or are we hoping the businesses will come in? But to get it started, like, are we sort of going to organize each street for each weekend? I'm just trying to get a clear understanding if that's what you plan to do. Like, do we have to, the staff are going to organize for each street what we're going to do each weekend?
I think the simple answer is that we will lead the coordination of it, and it will be a shared responsibility. Businesses are going to be asked to help animate the street. So if you are a retail store and you sell T-shirts, and you want to put some of those T-shirts out on the street, and you think that's good for business, well, that's a good plan for you. Let's make that work. If you are a yoga teacher and you think that you would like to do an outdoor yoga class and you think you want to do that, well, let's do that. However, you got to understand each one of those can't just do that willy-nilly. We'll end up having a yoga class, a T-shirt sale, and a bar all at the same time. We need staff to be able to coordinate, animate, regulate that particular sequence, and then to promote it, to bring it all together. So we want to ensure that there's no overlap or duplication. And we also want to encourage businesses to participate. So there could be an opportunity for city to initiate its own animation, but that's not the main plan. This is primarily for businesses, but we wouldn't oppose the opportunity for the city to coordinate its own activities. So, we have, for example, a wash or tosh game. So if there's we want to put that on, that's an idea that could happen, that could be activated for a particular time on that street if we felt it was necessary. That's a bad example, and I'm obviously not the person to animate the street because that's a pretty poor idea, but you get the idea that the city could participate more actively on the animation.
Yeah, okay. I was just wondering too, and I know we've decided against it, but see, I think that if we had any money and to help all this out, that we kind of have to make the city a little bit more beautiful. Like we drive through the uptown right now, because of the lack of our flowers in those big barrels on the sidewalk, looks kind of drab there. I don't know whether we have any money. I'm just throwing this out. I'd like to see some flowers around, even though we've made the decision not to have flowers. Maybe we could take a little money from the Grove Committee to do that, or to have some banners, because we don't look very bright. Like we need to brighten things up just a bit, I think.
City Manager?
Your Worship, through you to the Deputy Mayor, the only point I would highlight is the criteria that were approved for consideration of the growth reserve. We're quite clear that we were not to use the growth reserve just to offset operating costs that we would normally incur if this was not a COVID-19 year. So the notion of we won't spend money out of the operating budget to plant flowers, but we'll take money out of the growth reserve to plant those same flowers does not fit the criteria of what that money is supposed to be used for. That said, we continue to review our financial situation virtually on a daily basis. And if money does become available out of our operating budget to restore additional services, we will, of course, bring those to council for the proper discussion. So we are continuing to monitor that, but it would not be the best use of our growth reserve based on the criteria we set out for it to use it to offset operating costs.
Well, I understand that, but I'm just trying to vision what it will be like, and I just think if we can somehow get it a little bit more beautiful. Everybody expects that in the summer. I know our budgets are tight, but if we just make it so much more pleasant and to get people walking around the uptown, we need to make it as beautiful as possible.
Okay, thank you, Deputy. Councilor Norton?
No, thank you, Your Worship. Like this one's getting lost on me. And it's not that it's not necessarily that it's the dollar figure. In part it is, especially given the fact that what we've done is we've trimmed some other areas of our, like, at the end of the day, like from my perspective, it doesn't matter if this is out of capital, operating, growth reserve. At the end of the day, it's one big envelope of money, and what happens is we're picking and choosing different facets of our community to support, when at the end of the day we're getting away from those I've harped on this, the bread and butter, the meat and potato things that we need to be doing, and the deputy just mentioned one, beautification, whether that's flower beds, whether that's cleaning streets. I look at those things that they do really well in Disney World, and you can't find a stick of chewing gum on a sidewalk. The cleanliness of our streetscapes, the hanging baskets that are there. And what we're doing is we're talking about animating streets. There's no better way to animate streets than to have garbage receptacles that are emptied and not leaning to one side where all of a sudden support brackets are broken. Where we're supporting the cleaning and debris removal. We're making sure that bricks that are out of place are put in. We're making sure that flowers and shrubs are perfect. Looking at those amenities are absolutely essential. Making sure that the ripped mesh on basketball nets, I've talked about it before, is replaced. Making sure that our tennis courts right now on the west side behind St. Rose School, there's as much grass growing up through those cracks as there is on the baseball field itself. We could literally mow some of those. Like, that's where I get lost in these things. Until we start doing some of those things real well, I don't have a strong appetite to be animating our streets in this way until we animate our basketball courts, our tennis courts, our gardens, and some of those other citizen-facing things that people move to our community to help grow it are done well. I can't support this until we're doing those other things well. Like this one is great for those communities that are striking a chord in those other areas, and we're not doing that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Couple of comments for me. Thanks, Phil, for the report. I don't disagree with many of the comments. I mean, you started it, I guess, Deputy, with the flowers and the beautification, and Councillor, you just shared your opinion. I think the mission that we sent staff off on this particular discussion was, with a set of parameters around the growth reserve and the realities of what we face with COVID-19, can we build a business case of some kind? And we'll see here in a few minutes, can we build a case of some kind for some one-off injections of some growth reserve dollars to try to help in economic recovery. The city manager will give us an update on 12/4 on resource levels and implications of COVID-19 and so on, which may cause for another discussion about some of the things that you just illustrated. So for me, I guess, Phil, a couple of questions to you, Deputy Commissioner. First of all, I think to acknowledge this is complicated. I think just as a few people have just made some comments, it's complicated. The whole agenda tonight is full of complicated conversations where, we're having to adjust our operational deficits and issues in one breath, and the next breath we're trying to put the foot on the gas to try to get, and help economic recovery. I think the other example I wanted to use, Councillor Sullivan talked about speed and pivoting and innovating. Tonight the citizens watching at home may not have recognized in our consent agenda, we have approved the use of Pat Rock Away, which is essentially an extension of the boardwalks at Market Square to allow those restaurants like the Ale House and Lemongrass and others to make up for some of the lost tables that they've lost. I mean, that's a great example of a shift, Councillor Sullivan, that we're making pretty quickly to try to allow those organizations to recover some lost revenue. Phil, so I think the way I've read the report is that it recognizes there are some concerns. I'm a bit concerned that, and again, like anything, we have some people that love open streets, and we have other people that don't love. Councillor Hickey and Councillor Reardon and I in particular, but all of you were being tagged likely in the last 4 or 5 weeks in all kinds of innovative ideas from Moncton and Fredericton and Helsinki and Vancouver. And, you know, in a way, Phil, I feel like we've asked you to go figure it all out. And now you've figured it all out, and you figured out it's a little bit complicated. And some folks are going to be happy and some folks maybe not, but we're going to pivot and we're going to adjust on the fly. Almost done. I just wanted to register with you, Phil, and Jacqueline and city manager, that we have received some feedback and some concerns on the implementation and operational items like delivery trucks, and why are we closing down the front part of Canterbury Street, for example, when there's really no stores there, and wouldn't that make more sense to keep it open, and the bottom end of Grandin Lane, so that could be a turn through and come back. So I guess what I'm saying, Deputy Commissioner, is I'd like to see us work through those operational items. I'm sorry that we weren't able to arrive at a sign off with Uptown St. John or the Chamber or some of those groups. But I'm hopeful that we really listen and we work through the operational details. And as other councillors have said, if we try this for a few weekends and the feedback is not coming back well, then we abandon and we move on to other uses of our resources. And then lastly, with South Market Street, I'm assuming we've consulted with market tenants and the same boat, that they think this is an idea worth trying. And again, if it's not working, that we're not afraid to turn the ship back around and go in a different direction. So I guess I'll end with a thank you again. There was an awful lot of work. I did participate in those open houses. I see you, councillors. I did participate in those open houses, and I would be in the camp of let's try something here. And if it's not working, then we can pull the pin on it. So thank you. Councillor Marathi, I'll go to you first, and then I see you, Deputy.
Thank you, Worship. Listen to my colleagues. I can understand this is a complicated agenda in front of us this evening, but we do have pockets of money in the city of St. John, and they're made to do different things with. So when I see this item, I'm in support of it. I think we've got to do something to try to move economy forward in this age of COVID-19, and where you get this kind of money is growth reserve. I mean, I don't think we can go to capital or capital from operating. And, I've got folks out in East St. John way that would say, well, if we do that, the heck with the flowers, I just want my street paved. So it's a complicated agenda because we're going to go through some other items about spending or not spending money on this. But I've got to say, at the end of the day, one of the big issues that might be coming down, God forbid, the street at us, okay, is assessment-based growth, whether we'll have some or not. I think we've got to do what we can with what monies we have, okay, to offset that. That'll be a much, much bigger issue, right? If it comes at some point that we've got little or no assessment-based growth. So I'm going to support this. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Just quickly, Deputy, you had a follow-up?
Well, I just want to stress this point again, Your Worship. The Uptown St. John, for all of us, regardless of where we live, is the showplace of the city. And we should, and we have it somewhere, to take a few dollars and to buy some flowers, get them planted, whether they're up hanging baskets or not, and make sure there's a lot of garbage cans uptown. If you're going to have people come to the Uptown, especially our own citizens and visitors, we should make it more beautiful. I mean, we're not doing it right by having all this activity take place, and then we're not making it beautiful for everybody 24 hours a day. And I just think we've got the money somewhere. There's money out there, even if you take it out of the growth committee. We took $500,000 to put on it. If I had flowers on a street and garbage cans for garbage where they should be, what you think I'm coming over town to watch someone play hopscotch and there's no flowers and it doesn't look beautiful? It's summertime. We've got a few months in the city we should make it as beautiful as possible. So I really would like, I'll support this, but I think we're missing the boat badly if we don't kind of do some work over town, especially up around King Square, especially with those big barrels sitting on the street empty. Even if you let people do it individually, I mean, there's lots of people. I've got 4 already that we can get people to go out and plant flowers, and it won't cost the city any money, but the city's got the money to do that, and we should do that, really. I think we're wrong if we don't try to beautify the city. End of my message. But
Thank you. 12:04, we can talk about it again. Thank you very much. Okay, the recommendation is on the floor. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Okay. Sorry, my screen flipped on me and there was a delay. I'm just going to call that question again, please. All those in favor? Okay, thank you. And anyone contrary-minded? Thank you, Councillor Norton. Okay, sorry, Councillor Norton, and then Councillor Reardon, you're giving me a thumbs up, so I assume you were voting in favor? Okay, thank you. There's just a little bit of delay in some of the screens, so thank you very much. Okay, motion's carried. Next item, please, Common Clerk. Thank you, Deputy Commissioner.
Your Worship, this item also has a first and second reading of a bylaw.
Excuse me, sorry. Okay.
So we'd be looking for first reading motion.
Yep, thank you. Deputies moved. Thank you. Moved by the deputy, seconded by Councillor Sullivan. Thank you. On the question, I'll call that question. All those in favor? Thank you. Anyone contrary-minded? Okay, thank you. The motion's carried.
A bylaw to amend a bylaw respecting the traffic on streets in the city of St. John.
Move second reading.
Thank you, Deputy. Seconded by Councillor, I'll just flip it around a bit, Mackenzie. Thank you. Okay, and on the question, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. And anyone contrary-minded? Okay, not seeing any. Thank you. Motion's carried.
A bylaw to amend a bylaw respecting the traffic on streets in the city of St. John.
Okay, thank you. Next item, please.
10.4 on your agenda is a first and second reading proposal on a report with respect to repeal and replace a bylaw respecting fees for fire protection services in the city of St. John. And Chief Clifford is available to speak to this.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Good evening. You're muted, Chief, on your mic. There you go.
Should be good now. Good evening, Your Worship and Council. The report before you pertaining to the repeal and replace of the bylaw respective fees for fire protection services in the city of St. John is one of the 12.2 sustainability project items. The purpose of the bylaw is to repeal. The purpose of the bylaw repeal is to avoid any confusion associated with just amending an existing bylaw. The Schedule A part of the bylaw is just a restatement of the original fees for fire protection services bylaw enacted in July of 2018 with a clarification on administrative fees. As Council may recall, the fees for fire protection services bylaw was created to facilitate the recovery of incremental costs for fire protection response services to insured properties. To date, Schedule A facilitated the recovery of nearly $50,000 used to offset the cost of purchasing equipment. The sustainability part of the new bylaw is Schedule B. The revenue opportunities consist of current fire prevention and investigation activities for which other regulating authorities already collect fees, leaving the City of St. John as the only regulator not collecting a fee. For example, every liquor establishment, adult residential facility, daycare pay licensing fees, daycares pay licensing fees to the government of New Brunswick. As part of their annual licensing renewal, many of these businesses require a letter from the Department's Fire Prevention and Investigation Division indicating no outstanding code violations, for which no fee is currently collected by us. In summary, and upon enactment of the new bylaw, fees will be charged in advance of firework and pyrotechnic permits, fire watches requested by others and facilitated by the fire department, the release of selected fire department reports, a second or subsequent re-inspection of an establishment requiring an annual license renewal or occupancy number permit for new or renovated restaurants or liquor establishments, clearance letters for daycares and adult residential facilities, and property information requests. It is anticipated that Schedule B will increase municipal revenues between $15,000 and $30,000 annually with minimal hard costs or lost opportunities. The range is specifically 15 to 30, 15 this year based on the implementation in July, if indeed council approves it. That said, and then the impact of COVID-19 may also have a negative impact for this year or forever, how long we have to work through the COVID pandemic. Without further ado, that's it, Your Worship. I'll be free to take any questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Chief. Any questions for the Chief? Okay, Councillor Reardon.
Thank you, Worship. I would just say that, Chief, I'm good with you chasing any of these sorts of duties or that you perform or your team performs that are sort of outside of the scope of the core duties of fire. So I think it's reasonable. I don't know where you came up with the $285 for, it looks for creating and reviewing and submitting claims. If that seemed very reasonable to me. But I don't know if that's based on laterals across the country or whatever anyone else charges for those services. But I thought that's a fair ball as well. So I'm good with it all. Thank you.
Through you, Your Worship, the analysis was done across the country where we did get a sense of what rates people were charging. And then we went across country, and there are some examples here, even in Atlantic Canada and New Brunswick. So we did look at the whole range of what fees and what people were using as practice.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Anyone else? Okay, not seeing any. Would someone like to move first reading? Thank you. Councillor Reardon has moved, seconded by Councillor McKenzie. Thank you. On the question, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. And anyone contrary minded? Not hearing or seeing anyone. Thank you. Common Clerk.
Your Worship, a bylaw respecting fees for fire protection services in the city of St. John.
Thank you. Second reading.
Second reading.
Thank you, Deputy. Seconded by Councillor Sullivan. Thank you. And on that question, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Anyone contrary minded? Not seeing any. The motion is carried.
A bylaw respecting fees for fire protection services in the city of St. John.
Okay. Thank you, Common Clerk. Next item, please.
12.1 on your agenda is a sustainability update by the city manager.
Thank you. City Manager.
Your Worship, if I may, my computer is extremely slow in terms of bandwidth this evening. Can I just confirm that my audio is still good?
It is, yes.
Thank you. Your Worship, members of council, as is our norm, we provide a sustainability update at every council meeting. For the update this evening, I'd like to touch on several miscellaneous points. First of all, just to make council aware, we continue our weekly phone calls with provincial public service staff, and in particular, our primary contact within environment and local government to discuss sustainability and the current actions, both at the provincial and the municipal level. I also know that there is a desire amongst the regional caucus members of the provincial government to continue to meet on a regular basis with our council to discuss the same issues. That is very positive news on both fronts. It's fair to characterize that the staff have now embraced the model of we are on our way. I've said this before, and I'll probably say it many times again, with the sustainability plan having now been approved by council, the staff has the direction that it needs to move forward and to achieve the necessary adjustments within our municipality that are required, and also, and just as importantly, if not more so, continue to work with the province and the region on the transformational reforms that are required. And forgive me for repeating myself, but addressing the $10 million shortfall that faces us on the 1st of January 2021 is only one step in the road to success. We must continue to focus on those transformational reforms in addition to the budgetary adjustments that are about to be implemented. In terms of implementation, I will mention that many initiatives where staff need nothing else from council are on their way. For example, all of the continuous improvement initiatives are either complete or will be complete certainly within the next month or two. There are, however, some decisions where staff does require a return to council for follow-on decisions. And I'll give you two examples, and they're both on the agenda for this evening. Council has already made the decision to close an arena as part of the sustainability plan. Tonight, we return to council for a decision on which arena. Council has already made a decision that fire workforce adjustments will be $1.785 million. Tonight, we return to council to explain the how and seek support for it. So in short, we do return to council if follow-on decisions are required. And the final category of initiatives are initiatives that are simply budgetary adjustments, and they will be made to the budget without further direction from council, less for council to approve the overall budget. On the issue of budget, I'm happy to report that we are going to make a rather significant change in our budgetary approval process. We believe, for a variety of reasons, it is important to get next year's budget approved by council as quickly as possible. We normally achieve this in the early to mid-December timeframe. This year, we are aiming for end August, whereby by the end of August, we will have next year's budget in front of council, having gone first through Finance Committee in early August for council's deliberation and provisional approval. I stress provisional approval because clearly, until we get the tax roll in November to confirm what our tax-based growth is for the year and what our corresponding tax roll will be, the budget cannot be finalized. And finally, on my points for this evening, and it actually builds on what Councillor Merrithew has already touched on, it is important to understand the significant effect that tax base has on our anticipated budgetary shortfall. We have informed council through a variety of different forums, documents, and studies that the anticipated budgetary deficit for the years of 2021 and 2022 is $10 million annually. By way of reminder, within that forecast, within that modeling, we have assumed a growth rate of 1.5%. 1.5%. If that growth rate gets adversely affected or positively affected, then the overall model changes. We do not foresee a significant adjustment to the growth rates because of COVID-19 in 2021, because quite frankly, a lot of those assessments occurred at the beginning of COVID-19. But there could be some changes, and there most certainly will be changes to the tax roll in 2022 as we feel the long-term effects of COVID-19. To put a dollar figure on it is impossible at this point in time. Less to say the following: if the growth rate changes by 0.5%, in other words, it is not 1.5%, but 1%. In that hypothetical example, we would incur an additional deficit of $600,000. A 0.5% change in the growth rate causes a delta of $600,000 approximately to our overall budgetary considerations. Therefore, it's one of the reasons why we closely monitor this, why the budget that we will seek your approval on can only be provisional at the end of August, but it is an important step to keep us disciplined on our path to achieving the balanced budgets that are required in 21 and 22. Subject to questions, Your Worship, that concludes the sustainability update brief for this evening.
Okay, thank you. Questions, comments? If not, a receive and file, please, Council. Receive and file. Thank you, Councillor Reardon, seconded by Councillor Hickey. Thank you. Last call for questions. Okay. Don't see any hands. Okay, on the question, all those in favor? And anyone contrary-minded? Not seeing any. Thank you, City Manager, for that update. Next item, Common Clerk.
Your Worship, 12.2 on the agenda is Sustainability and Fire Service Workforce Adjustment.
Okay, thank you. City Manager.
Your Worship, members of Council, this next presentation will be a joint presentation by myself as City Manager and also by our Fire Chief, Kevin Clifford. I will be providing the introduction, and a description of the approach being taken to satisfy council's direction that $6 million of our current forecasted $10 million deficit be addressed through workforce adjustments and personnel policy changes. I will also provide a very quick overview of the staff recommendations associated with our fire services. Chief Clifford will then take your questions on the operational details and their impacts, and I will be prepared to expand on the policies and any general questions you may have on workforce adjustments. In terms of the summary up front, the fire department must cost avoid $1.785 million for the next 2 fiscal years, 21 and 22. Put simply, we must live within our means, and we cannot afford the fire service that we currently have. These are, of course, very difficult and complex decisions for council to take. It is not as simple as some would suggest, whereby we as a city simply divert funds from elsewhere. The city staff, working with council, has explored all such options over the past year, and in order to have balance in our city, where roads are maintained, quality drinking water is provided, sewage is disposed of in a responsible manner, parks and recreations provide for community well-being, growth is facilitated, and public safety is maintained, we must have a budget that is diverse and not overly focused in one area at the expense of others. Balance in our budget provides for all services that we need to thrive and grow as a city. It is not also as simple as others would suggest that we simply enact the transformational reforms of comprehensive property tax and regional cost sharing. We do not own those initiatives, nor do we control their timing, nor do we control their outcomes. And in any event, those initiatives should be used to drive down our tax rates, not to deal with a year-to-year budgetary shortfall. Again, just like any household, we must live within our means. The short-term financial challenge for the city is well documented, and I just spoke about it in the last agenda item. $10 million forecasted deficit for 2021 and 2022. It could go higher due to the COVID-19 impacts, and therefore we are working extremely hard on recovery efforts to try to maintain our current growth. That is why you saw initiatives such as our one-stop development shop being opened or reopened as soon as humanly possible once we had stabilized from the COVID-19 pandemic, and in fact, well before most other municipalities managed to do the same. Therefore, as much as we are focused on controlling our costs, we must also stay focused on our growth agenda. For that growth, again, you need to show balance and provide something for everyone within the community that they deem important. To address the $10 million shortfall for 2021 and 2022, as previously mentioned, council has already made the decision that $6 million of it will come through workforce adjustments. The details, as we know them today, are shown as this slide. And again, I believe it's important to provide this context before we speak specifically about the fire services in our fire department. For management and professional staff, they have a target of $912,000. They will achieve that through taking a 0% wage increase for 2 years and also reducing by 5.5 positions. To be clear, a simple wage freeze in any of the work groups does not achieve the modified targets. There needs to be workforce adjustments in addition to a pragmatic approach on salary wage increases. For Local 486, since their contract was not up for renewal, their entire contribution will be through workforce reduction. We have identified the 8 positions that are being removed, and that, like the managers and professional staffs, will be completed no later than 1 October. On police, and we have spoken about this before, and at the last council, you approved the amended letter to the police commission, identifying a $1.3 million cost avoidance that they must achieve. Their collective bargaining has failed, and therefore binding arbitration will be required, which will most probably lead to some form of workforce reduction. For Local 18, at the last council meeting, the new collective agreement was approved and is now in place. It is a 5-year deal with a total reduction of 43 positions. Pay raises, as you see on the chart, over the 5 years, 1%, 0%, 0%, and then 2 years at the wage escalation policy. For fire, which brings us to this evening's discussions, the target is 1.875 million, which leads to no options other than to close the station, and more to follow in a few minutes. That gets us close to, but not at the figure we need, because some of those reductions will be applied to the water operating fund or the utility fund, and therefore transit is also contributing to the workforce reductions in order to achieve the overall $6 million that will be required. With that, I'll escape out of this.
Sorry, City Manager, I don't know if you had been intending to share your slide. Nothing was shared.
My apologies.
Yeah, I apologize for not interrupting earlier.
Bear with me. What I will do just for visual reference is keep this slide up on the screen just for a moment or two so that council members and the general public can take a look and put some numbers and some words behind what I've already mentioned.
Thank you.
Is it up now, Your Worship?
It is, sir. Yep.
Thank you.
There's a bit of an encumbrance on the left-hand side, City Manager, so perhaps you could just read the labels. I think it's police is in the third column, but it's blocked on my screen.
The first column is the first row is management and professional staff. The second row is our inside workers, Local 486. The third row is police. The fourth row is Local 18, our outside workers. The fifth row is fire. The total is the next, and down at the bottom of the screen are the details on transit.
Thank you.
At this point, I'll stop sharing my screen and provide a few more details. On our fire services. As I've already mentioned, to achieve the targeted figures for fire, you realistically cannot cost avoid that amount of a reduction just by controlling wage escalation. To put it in context, if the fire department were to accept 0% pay increase for any given year, that costs the void $700,000 approximately. With a target of 1.85 billion, you see how wage escalation alone will not address the issue. As a sidebar comment, that holds true for all of the work groups. There is not a single work group that could achieve its targets simply through taking 0% pay raise. Every work group has to contribute more than that. Therefore, realistically, again, there is no option but to consider closing a station and reducing our overall response capability. Many options were looked at. The details are within the report, but the option that is being recommended by your city manager and by your fire chief is the option whereby we close station number 8 in Milledgeville and we reduce the fire service by 12 regular full-time firefighters and 12 holiday relief firefighters, and then redistribute our remaining personnel resources to the remaining stations. We wish to achieve this through an attrition model, so that, to be blunt, we don't need to give anyone a pink slip, but in order to achieve it through an attrition model, that model may take some time, and therefore we have to have a transition plan in place so that we are sure that we can address the $1.785 million commencing in some 6 months' time on the 1st of January. The transition model is also described within your staff report, and in essence, we are going to reduce the number of holiday relief firefighters for a period of time until attrition gets us to our final steady state. Included within our suggestions, our recommendations this evening, is that the fire station itself be retained and not sold at this point in time. First of all, we have a lot of equipment that can be usefully stored there as a staging area. It can also be a staging area for emergency response. And we also wish to see the outcomes of our final recommendation within the report, and that is for a fire services review. We believe that the fire services review is an important piece of this overall plan. We must live within our means now. The fire department must reduce in size now. But we need to have a 15-year plan minimum to talk about fire services in the city of St. John and what they should look like and what they should strive to be over that 15 years. And that plan needs to be founded on 3 key aspects. It needs to be affordable. It needs to take into account our fire risk profile or our risk assessment, and it needs to take into account NFPA standards. But at the end of the day, the fire services review cannot just comment on whether the fire service is too big or too small. It needs to comment about how we get the most bang for our buck and how we get the most stable fire department moving forward. Some examples of what we would challenge the fire services review is to look at shared services and memorandums of understanding. Look at the requirement for industrial fire brigades, and do we have that right? Look at our equipment. And are there innovative ways or new equipments that could help alleviate some of the challenges we have? Look at the distribution of our fire stations and training methods, et cetera, the list goes on. In other words, a holistic, fundamental review to design a fire department strategy for a 15-year period whereby we can, in fact, live within our means. With that as the introduction to the item, we could provide additional detail, but again, it is in the staff report. Your worship, I would suggest that at this point in time, the best would be for us to open it up to questions to either myself on the policy side of it or to the fire chief on the operational details aspects within the staff report and our recommendations to council.
Okay, thank you, City Manager. Council, comments, questions? Deputy Mayor, and then I see you, Councillor McKenzie. Deputy Mayor.
Well, I guess I'll make my comments first, or I could move the recommendations first if you like.
Okay, thank you. Move. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor.
Recommendations first.
Thank you, Deputy. I see you moving. Councillor Hickey is second. Thank you. Go ahead, Deputy.
I just want to make a few comments because I was so surprised the last week and a half. You know, for the last 2 years, I don't think I've attended a council meeting. I actually haven't missed any that we haven't talked about finances and our situation and how we've had to save a $10 million for 2021 and 2022. And we've gone through many conversations about how we're going to do that and how we have to adjust our workforce numbers and how we have to reduce services. And I can't think why anybody within reach of any media of the city of St. John doesn't already know this. So it kind of came to me as a surprise when I got all these emails saying how nasty I was and how awful of a person I was because I commented on the issue of the Milledgeville fire station closing. I still believe, and I know the fire chief made the recommendation, but I still believe that, you know, because we do have to close a fire station, that the Milledgeville fire station is the one that will cause the less pain overall to the whole city. And, you know, because of the housing stock in Milledgeville, because how close we are to the Adelaide Street station and how much equipment there are there. And I just feel that, you know, this shouldn't be a surprise to anybody because every department in the city, everything has had to be reduced. And the city manager said the proper word just a while ago, and the word is balance. We can't just keep a fire department and have no reduction and reduce everything else around it. That's not possible. We have to do it across the board. You know, we have to reduce where we can think that we can reduce services and still provide the proper public safety for our citizens. And it very clearly outlines to us in more than in one report than the E&Y report. We've been told that, public safety will still be in effect for all the citizens in this city. Yes, things are going to be done a little bit differently, and we have to do that. We have to make many adjustments coming up, and then once, hopefully, in a couple years' time, if the province comes through on tax reform, hopefully the city of St. John will have the number of dollars returned to them that they need to have the proper level of service for every service that we provide to our citizens. And I feel very confident with the fire department management, with the city manager, that with all of us and all the decisions we have to make, or the decisions we're making tonight and already actually have made, that we're doing the right thing. We can't just be overstaffed or over providing service when we can do without it, because we just haven't got the funding to do it. So if we don't have the money to do it, we have to do it the most fair way that we can for everyone. And I really believe that we're doing that. And it's affecting everybody in the city. And it's not just one group of employees. And hopefully there will be retirements from the fire department, and that will give hope for the younger members to stay on. But they can't be exempt. They have to be included with all of other services. So I just feel that we have to do what we have to do tonight. It's not a case that we're picking on a fire department, or we're picking on one person, or we're not doing the right thing. We are doing the right thing, and we're providing the public safety for our citizens, and we're doing the best job we can in the city to give everyone a good quality life. So that's where I'm coming from, and I just feel that it's very, very necessary. We've been told on no uncertain terms, we've got to manage within our means, and we've been trying to do this for years, and we haven't been able to do it. And now we're taking the bull by the horns, and we're doing it. So we got to continue on.
Thank you, Deputy. I'm going to jump in there. Thank you very much. I don't think there was a question there for you, Chief, but thank you. Councillor Reardon, I think you had your hand up, I believe, and sorry, I lost track of Councillor Reardon. I think you did. Over to you, and then Councillor Casey, and we'll keep going around. Councillor McKenzie, Councillor Hickey. Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Reardon.
Thank you, Worship. I don't have a real question either. I just wanted to make a couple of comments, and I wanted to say that is for the public, that this is not an enviable position to be in, trying to sort out your finances, and it's a short time frame for us to do it. I would be happier if I had all of my impacts on this whole thing at the end of the day, and I had my review done, and then I made this, but that's not the way it is for us. So and everyone does have to take a bite of this $10 million. So I will support this. One of the things, it makes me nervous, believe me, I understand people's concerns. I live in an old home. I watched a house down the street a few years ago, a brick house on fire at midnight, and I said, oh, that'll never burn down. Next morning it was gone. I mean, the frame was there, but these old places have that balloon construction, they just go right up. So the fact, though, that we will get this fire study done. We will look at standards. We need to look at the standards. We need to look at our affordability is on the other end of that spectrum with standards. And in the middle is where our delta is between our risks. So that's where we need to be creative. Like the city manager said, we need to look at the holistic approach, and we need to see how can we do things better and change what we're doing. So knowing that is coming and on the way does give me some comfort. So so that's why I'll support this tonight, but I will be very interested to see what comes back when we get that study, because that's important for us to go forward of how we're going to manage our emergency services. How do we go forward with what do we need, and how can we get those bases covered and still stay within our budget. So that's going to be a big answer to a question for me. But like I said, I'll support this as we go forward. We'll see how it works out. And that's it for now. I mean, I guess I don't see any other way. The recommendation comes from staff. They've done a lot of digging into this. They've looked at everything. So I would just go along with what staff is recommending for this situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Casey.
Thank you, Worship. I have one question, then I'll do some comments, but basically, the question is, there is a secondary recommendation, right? I mean, you have other recommendations. Obviously, this one's you feel the best about, as far as best you can. But you've looked at other options, right?
Through you, Your Worship, to the councillor, we've looked at 3 specific options. That's correct.
All right. I just don't see them in here specifically.
They're in the report.
That I can find. But all right, I'll. So I mean, I can go. I'm just gonna go with comments right now. It's. I can go either way on this. You know, what the other. I mean, the other options probably aren't. You know, aren't exactly spectacular either. But you know, yeah, like the other counselor said, you know, the other departments have, you know, we've gave them their marching orders, and you know, and they have to deal with their budget restraints, and this is what has to happen here. I would like to have the review as well, but you know, all things, you know, in a perfect world we would have that, but frankly, the time has really run out. I think I don't think we can really get that done and make any of the changes that come before 2021. So I just think the time has run out. A decision has to be made. That's what we're here for, to make decisions. And that's what we're going to do. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McKenzie, please.
Thank you.
I see you, Councillor Strobridge. Yep, go ahead, Councillor McKenzie.
Thank you. Hard decisions. You know, that's what we've been talking about for the last 3 years. Whether it's closing down a community center, a rink, fire stations, they're all hard. And, you know, they all come with, you know, a lot of pain. Fire station in particular, obviously, because of the safety factor. Chief, I'm wondering if you could tell me a little bit about the calls that come out of Milledgeville. Is there a lot of them that are medical calls versus fire?
Yeah, on an analysis of our runs, you know, basically overall, the analysis of all of our runs prior to COVID was basically 55 to 60% of our calls were medical. That's different now. We're down to about 18 to 20% of our calls are medical. So that would be in the Milledgeville area as much as it would be anywhere else.
Okay, so you're not answering medical calls so much now unless they're severe. Is that the thing?
That's correct, Councillor. We're going to the medical calls now that we absolutely need to go to. There's no question about that. You know, we've decreased them to a particular level that we're I don't think we can go any further down in cutting those calls. We're making a difference. We're going to the calls we make a difference at.
Okay. Now, I understand from some of the calls that I got that because of the location of the station, fire gets there prior to ambulance getting there. Is there an opportunity here for us to educate Ambulance New Brunswick and try to get an ambulance stationed there on Village Avenue to take care of those medical calls that they were coming in secondary on?
When we went to the new model on COVID, Counselor, we actually had a communication with Ambulance New Brunswick. I think they've ramped up their delivery based on the anticipation. I believe they have. We can certainly have that communication. We're not in control of how they manage their service, but we'd certainly share with them that that we're responding from a different location.
Okay. All right. It's not an easy decision to make, but unfortunately, we have no choices here. Our hands are tied. So until we get some reforms in the legislature, I guess it is what it is. We're going to have to support this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hickey, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to the chief, I have a couple of questions. What's the understanding on impact to service and quality here, specific to the station? And are there any further impacts, like in terms of NFPA standards? Like, is there an understanding that we're staying within those standards with these changes?
Through your worship, to the council, maybe before I just give you a brief context. And you're right, council, this is a very difficult decision. And it's a decision that has service impacts that are tied to standards, and that's why we look forward to having a discussion with respect to the review, and I hope the council will support that. This report was written with a view of a better day for St. John. I've been in all the rooms and all the meetings around the sustainability of St. John. So I'll comment on the impact, and the impact's substantial. But I don't think the future is bright for St. John unless we correct it. And I think these are difficult decisions, and there's not a fire chief alive that would want to stand before their council and with a report that has a suggestion that we need to reduce the fire station. Believe me, we've pondered it. We've struggled with it. Unfortunately, if St. John doesn't become sustainable, it could be much worse. I'm convinced of that. So will be service reductions as a result of the 1.875 million cut to our service. Today's steps, I believe reductions will continue even deeper to all of our service areas, including fire. They'll be broader, deeper, and wider. The city manager and I had kind of got together on one of the paragraphs in the report. So the longer term stability will be achieved once the city's entire sustainability plan is implemented, including those initiatives where the provincial assistance is required. Absolutely, there is impacts, but you know what? I think it'd be much worse. So the impacts on response times, again, response times are a critical factor to successful outcomes. So we're going to lose some of that time. We're going to lose 3.5 minutes. We did a bit of a review over the last couple of days of taking a look at what the response time did from Adelaide Street to Milledgeville. We're going to lose 3.5 minutes. If you're basically trying to get to the Milledgeville station, we're going to lose capacity at some of those larger fires. We're going to lose the ability to respond to multiple incidents at the same time. We're going to lose some. Although without this direction, and again, very, very difficult, without this direction and without some type of help down the road, without, whether it's restructuring or without the conversations we've had with the province, without those materializing into something, the city's going to be different in a lot of areas. I've always been confident and proud of the men and women of this service. And I'm not dismissing the reduction at all. But we've got a very proud, committed fire service. We're going to lose somewhere around 10 to 15% of it. Those that remain will be very proud and committed and will provide the type of service that this community has learned to expect. We need to adjust. I wish we didn't have to, but we will provide the type of service that the men and women of this department have always provided. I look forward to the conversation in that review. And again, it's a conversation needs to hear all the perspectives. The cost perspective, the resource perspective, the hazard perspective, and of course the standard perspective. So, Councillor, we are going to step away in providing response to the standard in that area. Again, I fear that if we don't get the city in its best possible position, that the problem will be even worse. So this is a case of taking some bad medicine to prevent being real sick in the future. So it's about a better day.
Well, thank you, Chief. That's I think well put. I'm getting a bit of an echo. I don't know if maybe you need to go on mute, Chief. And I think that review for me is the crux of this conversation. It's like, the mayor always says, our effort needs to be towards serving the people, and building that sustainability in there is absolutely critical. But the challenge for me is, I have a profound appreciation, as we all do, and I think one that we need to make very clear for our frontline workers here and for our protective services. The challenge that we're faced with now is how do we deal with the inevitability of the situation we're in our sustainability. And the biggest challenge that we're facing now is, from my perspective, is saying we need to unite our frontline workers, all of our city staff, all of our community around an understanding and a need for sustainability, because otherwise we'll keep having to have these conversations. And we'll keep having to have these conversations next year and the year after and the year after that, because as it stands now, St. John's sustainability is on the line from a perspective of the government. And, in having a premier who said would never turn his back on St. John, we've seen a lot of backs of heads. And I think that's where we need to unite and take aim at. And those are my biggest concerns moving forward, is truly addressing that sustainability issue, so we don't have to keep having these conversations about cuts. And I think the crux of that relies on a really solid review of the fire service. So thank you, Chief.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Strobridge, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. To the Chief, has there not ever been a study done on the fire service in St. John, ever, in maybe the last 20 years, we'll say?
Through you, Your Worship, to the councillor, there's been a number of studies. I think what we're proposing before you tonight is different. I think it's a study, it's a conversation, it's involving perhaps the province, involving our industrial partners. It's measuring the criteria. Nobody's ever done a study that measured cost, risk profile, and the standards. I think we have to land. I believe we should land as a community on a service level that the community expects. Whether it's Milledgeville, whether it's North End, West Side, whether you live out in Merton, or whether you live out by the airport, people should understand and be willing to pay for the service they expect based on those things. So there's never been a study like the type that we're proposing. There's been lots of studies in the past.
Okay, and do we know when that
manager got his hand up there? I don't know. John, did you want to speak now?
Go ahead, Councillor, and I can just pile on after your next question.
Well, it was just with regards to this new better study that we're discussing. Do we know when that study is going to start?
Your Worship, through you to the councillor, a couple of points, because a number of different councillors have seemed to touch on this notion of the fire services review. First of all, as the fire chief mentioned, there's never been a study quite like this one that we are proposing. Most of the previous studies, and most of them are quite dated, most of the previous studies have been comments as to whether the fire department is simply too big or too small. That's really the essence of the studies. Even the most recent one from Ernst & Young, as part of the operational audit, they simply made comment on whether the fire department was too big or too small. And within that report, they made it quite clear. Now, you have to read the fine print, but they made it quite clear within that report that their comments were based solely on a financial analysis. They did not consider risk profile, nor did they consider NFPA standards. Theirs was an exercise of benchmarking our fire department compared to others, benchmarking our costs compared to others, and the conclusions that led from it. What this fire services review will do will go well beyond the previous studies that have happened. This fire services review, and by the way, the exact scope and terms of reference of this would come back to council for your approval, but our intent would be basically for the fire services review to answer, if you will, the following question. What is the best possible fire service for the city of St. John, taking into account its affordability, its risk profile, and the NFPA standards? So for the first time, we'll balance into it the affordability issues. I've heard lots of questions recently about why not do that first. One could argue, well, if we had the time, we would. But please understand that the fire service is too big for the budget that we have. We must reduce the size of the fire service. That we don't need a fire services review to tell us that. We cannot afford the fire service we currently have. So our first step here in our sustainability plan is to reduce it in size to something that is affordable. Then our next step we are suggesting is to do the fire services review. And once it is affordable in 2021, how do we keep it affordable over the next 15 years? And what sort of strategies do we put in place to have the best possible fire service? Step one is make it affordable. And in the fire services review, we'll figure out the plan for the next 15 years to keep it affordable while considering the risk profile, et cetera.
Okay, and I'm not debating or disagreeing with you on any of that. I'm just, again, my original question was, do we know when that fire study review is going to take place?
My apologies. Once, I didn't answer that part of the question. If we were to get approval from council to proceed, our next step is to begin the request for proposal process to find the right organization. We are going to be very deliberate with that, Councillor. We are going to take our time. We don't want to just go out there and find anybody. We want to find organizations to bid on this that have done this for other communities, ideally within Canada, but if not within Canada, within the United States, and have done this exact sort of study, because we don't want to be a trial balloon for some organization that wants to expand into this area of work. So that will take us some time. Regrettably, this evening, I can't put a time frame on that, but we will move out as quickly but as cautiously as possible to make sure we get the right organization to do this, because this is going to cost us some money. I don't know how much yet, but we're not talking about a couple $1,000s. We're talking about many tens of thousands, probably over $100,000. To put it in context, the Ernst & Young operational audit was in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. This is not an inexpensive undertaking, but if you're developing something for the next 15 years, it's probably well worth the expenditure. But again, all that to be defined.
Okay, my next question would be back to the fire chief, Chief Clifford. I remember a long time ago, the city of St. John and the Common Council of the day closed the Bayside Drive station. I don't know if you were there or not for that, but I remember there was, of course, a lot of community uproar, naturally. And one of the things that I remember was being circulated, and I don't know if there was any truth to it or not, but it has come up again now with what we're discussing here tonight, is about home insurance rates. And in some of the emails that I received, a couple people said that. So I'm just wondering, is there any truth to that? That home insurance rates could increase, or did they even increase when the Bayside Drive station was closed?
Through you, Your Worship, to the councillor. Councillor, forgive me, but in my career, we've not closed the Bayside station. There have been some apparatus that have been shut down, and we would have received, and I would have been part of it, probably would have received some kickback, some protest on that. there have been apparatus that have been shut down, probably three or four apparatus have been shut down since I've been here, but Bayside Drive Fire Station has been in service through my 40 plus years. The whole insurance conversation is very interesting, and it's not one that's consistent. It's not one that you can, the industry is trying to establish some level of consistency. They haven't had tremendous success. So there's insurance tables that, depending on how well built your fire service is, that your premiums could be less. Unfortunately, brokers, and I don't know all the terminology, but people that sell insurance don't have to get that insurance from people that respect those tables. So if insurance company Kevin uses the insurance tables, their premiums might be $1,000. If somebody else says, I'm not going to use those tables, their premiums might be $800. So they haven't established bulletproof insurance ratings as it relates to fire, the establishment of the fire service. I see it in our rates in our outlying communities. I see it in the rates sometimes that you see in other major urban centers, that the insurance rates are not consistent across the industry. So it would certainly be a good argument for those who would advocate for fire protection, because you just simply measure the difference in the cost of insurance over the difference of your tax rate, and you'd have an argument that, well, we might as well spend $100 more on fire protection as opposed to spending $200 more on insurance. That argument cannot be made consistently or succinctly.
Okay, yeah, my mistake. I said station closed. I think this was like 25 years ago. I would have been in my early 20s, so my mistake.
Engine 3.
Yeah, I just remember there was something back then.
Counselor, I'm just going to jump in, and I'll come back to you if you have more. I'm just trying to watch the time with each, and I'll come back to you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Merrithew?
Thank you, Your Worship. Your Worship, I'm going to make one comment for the rest of the 12s on our agenda, because they're all about the same. The comments are, and some of these have been said, sir, already. That look, I welcome balance in these budgets, and balance our budget, no pun intended, for 21 and 22. I think staff has helped us make some tough but the right decisions going forward. I'd like to speak to the citizens for just a moment, please, sir. I want to first say that regardless of opposing views in some of these items we're talking about now and about to talk about, is that I believe council does hear you. These are tough decisions we're making right now. We've talked about it for over 2 years. What I'll implore the citizens to do is not only reach out to us, council, but reach out to the province of New Brunswick, your MLAs. I don't care what color they are. Because until such time as we get arbitration tweaked or fixed, until we get fair taxation, until we get regional cost sharing, we're going to be back at this table. You'll be back at this table in 18 months from now, less than that, because we do our budgets forward, of course. Until such time as we do that, all right, we won't fix this problem. It's a spiraling case. So again, we do hear you. We might disagree. Please help us out by talking to other politicians in your area. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sullivan, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I guess I really appreciate the discussion with regards to the review, and certainly have us on the point. What is the best way to arrange our fire service given what we can afford? But other than that, my understanding tonight is that, we made the decision weeks ago by motion of council that we were reducing the fire service and many other services. And for me tonight, the decision's pretty straightforward. We are taking a recommendation from our experts that, given what we have allotted them in the budget, what will be the safest structure in the city of St. John that they can arrange given the finances we've given them. I certainly appreciate those that have contacted me with regards to the Milledgeville station. But I am certainly not a fire expert. The fire expert is standing at a podium in a little picture on my screen, and his team have come up and said, given the financial structure we have, this will be the safest structure in the city. So I will accept that because he knows a lot more about this than I do. I do look forward to the unique review that we're setting forward. But I just want to make sure that, I guess, that I am clear that we're not debating fire service, whether we have cut it. The important piece tonight is to give the chief direction to allow him to go operationalize that. And the chief has my full support with that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Anyone else for first round that didn't speak? Okay, thank you. Councillor Strobridge, I got the sense perhaps I cut you off, sir, from another question or two. Councillor Reardon, I see you. Councillor Strobridge, do you want to?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I brought up the insurance rates, because people who emailed us, the ones that I received, I think I got 4 or 5, and they were from people who lived in Milledgeville. So I brought that up so that those people would not be afraid that, oh my God, if, my fire station isn't here, my home insurance rates may go up or not, right? So lastly, do we have shared services with the other fire services in our region? So if we ever got to that worst case scenario where, oh my God, there's not enough fire trucks, we need more fire trucks, we can call our neighbors?
Not to the level that we ought to have. Now, there isn't a whole lot of neighbors. There's, Grand Bay, there's KV and Simons. We don't have shared services to the degree that we could offset some of the stresses that would be on us. We have some, we've gone out and helped them. We have kind of an understanding. But if it was mutual aid, Councillor, we should be training and we should be working together. There are certain applications that we're familiar with that some of the other services wouldn't be. You can't put us together in a moment of crisis and expect us to be able to collaborate and be efficient, especially given some of our unique hazard profiles. So there's not always been an acceptance for people to be aligned. And I guess I'm not saying anything people don't know. There's not always been an acceptance for the area to be aligned.
So we wouldn't go out there and help them if they needed us and vice versa?
Councillor, we have gone out there and we have helped, and they have come in here with their tanker units. They haven't come in and helped us with some of the more involved pieces, and they've only have certain resources themselves. If they come in and help us, they're robbing their own infrastructure. And some of our larger, more complicated incidents, unless we're training together, it would be inappropriate. It'd be like us trying to put a bricklayer, and excuse the analogy, but a bricklayer in the back of your ambulance with you on some of the more complex things, whether it's going to an LNG facility, whether it's a train derailment, whether it's any of those hazards, whether it's even 3 or 4 buildings on Wentworth Street. That's a different beast than what a suburban fire service sees every day. You have to train together. You really have to train together. And that would be ideal, but there needs to be some political will. We're certainly open to it.
Yeah, I thought it would be more fluid than that, I guess. So lastly, we talked about some standards and this new really deep, detailed review that would come in the future. It talked about a standard. I can't remember the code for it, but I'm wondering, do we know what the standards for our fire service are now?
Through you again, Your Worship, to the Councillor. Councillor, the standards for fire services are National Fire Protection Association standard, and they're adopted by, I don't know exactly how many, tens and dozens of nations across the globe. And so we're very familiar with the standards. There are components of the standard that we can meet. There are components of the standard we can't meet. And most people would aspire to be at the standard level. We've never had a budget where we could meet the full standard. So we need to manage our expectations, but at the same time, we need to understand what the risks are and how to manage when we're not at the standard. So absolutely, we know what the standards would be. There's a standard for first arriving apparatus at a structure fire, and then there's a standard for when a complete response to a structure fire. If you remember the Corps Service Review of 2012, it measured the standards. They compared us to Moncton and Fredericton, Saul's, Sault Ste. Marie, and they spoke about us in terms of how we did compared to them as it related to standard. Whereas the recent Ernst & Young did it against cost. And again, we need to understand, the community needs to understand what type of service they would want, and they need to tell us that's the level of standard we want to meet, and that's what's acceptable to us.
Okay, thank you. And just in closing, whether the review is here or not, it still doesn't change the fact about what we can afford and what we can't. Right? Affordability doesn't go anywhere. Thank you, Chief, for your answers.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. It's going to go to Councillor Armstrong as a first round, and then I'll come back to you, Councillor Reardon. Councillor Armstrong.
All right, thank you, Worship. Chief, about a month ago, you were completely wiped out of equipment, it was all being used. And I heard you say that you don't have any agreements formally with the outside areas. And the answer, as Ray asked some great questions, you gave the good answer that they don't train personally. But say a house fire, residential fire, and your equipment's off, being used. Can the dispatcher call Rossay, Granby, and have an equipment on standby, come into the city and stay on the highway somewhere so they're utilized in case that we do have a residential fire you have to get to? Is there an agreement in place, or a vocal agreement or somehow? And I totally agree with you, Chief. We should be standardized in the region with their training. Absolutely.
Councillor, and it would be very difficult for us to call that particular, I think it was a recent holiday when we had that situation. For us to call one of the area fire departments, say, first of all, stage in an area that's favorable to us, that's unfavorable to them. And again, for their familiarity to our hazards, we really can't do that unless we train and work together. It doesn't mean we have to be one department, but we have to have mutual aid agreements, and we need to know how we would facilitate joint operations, how we could support one another. And again, that's more political than the will of 2 fire chiefs or 3 fire chiefs. But so right now, if I get called today to send my folks somewhere where they weren't trained to be, I'd say no.
I'd say no. Residences and that, some, Chief? That's what I'm talking about, those type of fires.
No, I understand, but what happens is, because you have different operational processes and different operational procedures, if you're introducing more risk than the reward, you have to say no. If you have to, you can't freelance your way into public safety. You can't freelance your way into risk mitigation. So, but the best answer is this. Like I said, this review, I would suggest this review enables that conversation. How can the area be better for public safety? And again, it's interesting. Ernst & Young report was a provincial document paid for by the province. So maybe they would be interested in having that and facilitating that conversation.
All right, Chief. I think the message has to be out there, because I get asked all the time, why don't they just pick up the phone and bring somebody in? And I'm one of those proponents, pick up the phone and bring them in. Nobody knows about this training generally, unless you're a fireman. Because I thought it was just pick up the phone, bring the engines in, fight the fire. And I didn't know all the intricacies. And I think the general public is under that assumption too. Thank you for the answer, Chief.
Okay, City Manager. Oh, sorry.
If I may, with my background, the term that that comes to mind very quickly is this notion of interoperability. When you're going into high-risk situations, you need to make sure that those that are going in with you are fully interoperable. And there are so many dimensions to this, whether it be the radio equipment and the fact that can the radios talk to each other, to the voice procedures, to the procedures for entry to a building, the procedures when in the building, the description of how the building is configured, to the training standards, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Although the fire marshal for the province has the ability to order fire departments to go to the aid of others, you would only do that in very, very defined situations until you were sure that that interoperability was assured. Otherwise, you are putting firefighters at undue risk. And that's one of the reasons why we talk about a mutual aid agreement that would lay all that out, as opposed to just an understanding that we'll come help you and you come help us. That's just not good enough when you're putting the safety of firefighters and by extension, the community on the line.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Reardon.
Thank you, Your Worship. I guess where I struggle with this the most, and it's no disrespect to staff or the fire chief, is looking at the affordability. And I know it's paramount for us, but when I look at the whole picture, like we have a geography we can't afford, and you have a fire service that you can't afford, and you have, a big component of heavy industry here that you can't afford because the province has taken 45% of that tax base. So I guess in some ways I ask myself, would it be reasonable for us to even chase the province for support for fire, considering that the industry that we have here is, I think, 30% almost of the gross domestic product that's being produced by the province, but yet they're taking that cream off the top. And I know that that's all part of the sustainability review for taxation, fair taxation review. But I think this demonstrates it, I guess, so clearly to me that, we're asking the citizens, and it's not that industry isn't paying their taxes, but the province is skimming that off, and we need that beefed up fire protection because we have the industry that we have. And I guess that's the scary component, because you have explosions, you have gas, yes, for sure. You've got acid spills, you've got hazardous materials being crushed across the harbor there. So there's a lot of stuff going on here. And so that's where you try to balance all this out. So it's just, it's just something that I think I will be very, very happy to get that review back. And I think that, for me, I guess it was just so clear that we need help with fire, and we need to make sure we have the right fire. To say that the citizens should, I guess, determine what they want for a fire service, that you'd have to be pretty informed as to all the risks that you have here too. And I'm hoping that will bring that all to light in sort of a nutshell, so we really have a great idea of what's going on here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Your Worship, maybe just, if I could, just to Councillor Reardon. Councillor, you've raised a very good issue. There's a lot of factors. It's not just industry. It's the fact that there were 3 municipalities, and I think the review allows for that full discussion. And the Gardner Pinfold report did say that the burden, and I believe it was 1.9 million. Now, the industry may be paying its fair share, but the Gardner Pinfold report said 1.9 million of that is the burden. Is the burden that they've added to the municipality. So in some senses, the city is subsidizing not for their own fire protection, but for others. So, but there's a whole lot. Every time somebody says, yeah, but they're not the same as this city, or they're not as big, and their per capita count. There's always a counter piece to all the information. That's why the review is important, in that we can have an open, complete discussion. And then we can talk about what we want. We want to be able to respond to industry. Okay, if you want us to respond to industry, what's that price tag?
Agree. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Chief. Okay, Deputy Mayor. You're muted, Deputy.
Yes, I just want to clarify something, because I don't want to send mixed messages. I'm in favor of having the review, But my understanding was that this review is going to tell us what size fire department we should have and how we should go about our operations. But it's not going to be coming back to tell us, well, you need $2 or $3 more million to add on it, because we don't have that kind of money. So I need the city manager maybe to go over it again to make sure the public understands and everybody understands that this review is not being undertaken to come back and say, okay, you know, you've cut the fire department, but now you've made a mistake. We need another $3 million because we don't have the money. I just have a concern with that. Your worship, you understand what I mean? I don't want to send out the wrong message.
City manager?
Yeah, your worship, through you to the deputy mayor, deputy, you are correct. I would word it slightly differently, but the message is still the same. The first thing we must do is address the $10 million shortfall that we have on the 1st of January, and we cannot afford the fire department we currently have, period. And therefore, we must make reductions to the fire department the same way as we are making reductions to the remainder of our workforce in the city of St. John. We must live within our means. That has to happen. Council has already directed that the fire department's share is approximately $1.8 million, and we need to do those adjustments. Once we have done those adjustments, the question becomes understanding our financial situation moving forward, understanding that there's not an endless pot of money somewhere. Fire service review, tell us the best possible fire service we can have within the financial constraints that will be evident. There is not a fire department in Canada that has an unlimited budget. Everybody is constrained. We want the fire service review to tell us how to best design the fire department within the financial constraints that we have. And that is everything from training standards to response modes to, yes, number of vehicles, etc. But it's much more than structure. And it's memorandums of understanding, and it's shared services, and the list goes on and on and on of what can be looked at to achieve the best possible fire service within the financial constraints that we have. That's the purpose of the review. To get another review in the city of St. John that simply makes comment as to whether the fire department is too big or too small does nothing for us.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Deputy. Just a couple of comments. Thank you, City Manager and Chief. I know it's a difficult night. You know, some of the comments that some of my colleagues have made, you know, around the piece of the provincial reforms, and you know, been having a lot of conversation about these issues, and that's not a new conversation by this council or this city manager in the last weeks or months. That's a conversation we started at the top of our priority list in 2016. So the reality is we're overspending by $10 million, and almost 60% of our costs are related to our workforce costs. And, you know, as many of you have said, we're at a spot now where we're making incredibly difficult decisions. You know, as I reflect on the many conversations that I've had, that we've had at council, and I won't do a good job on my camera, but these are all the one-pagers that city manager, your team have presented. And it's really, it tells the story as to where we are. And I don't know if in some cases folks don't understand that, and we need to continue, city manager, to continue to engage with the citizens on how interconnected all of those pieces are, or folks don't want to understand it. And the fact remains is that 80% of our costs are fixed. 57% of our costs are related to our people. You know, we're getting our debt level down, so our interest and principal payments are going down, but we can't eliminate those overnight. So it's really important that we continue to be open and transparent, and that we have the whole conversation. And you know, it would be my view with respect that some parts of the conversation we sort of have them, but we have them quickly, and we put out a press release. And I think that when we're having this dialogue about why we're in the spot we're in, we also have to have that full and complete conversation. Like, for example, I think, Chief, I'm close when I say that 90% of your budget is wages and benefits. So, it's very difficult for you, sir, to take out a $1.8 million without impacting people. And that's not a criticism. It's just a reality that 90% of your budget is people costs. I'm in full support of the services review. I'm really pleased, Chief, to hear you say and city manager say you don't want the same report that's been done in the past. I'm going to be interested in seeing the scope of work. That has to be all encompassing. It has to consider affordability, local conditions. It should consider benchmarking. I hope we would have a conversation about our core services versus non-core. And I'm far from an expert, Chief, but I hope we do have some good debate. I hope we do roll our sleeves up, and I hope we do look at how we can deliver a service that we can afford, where the objective is public safety, where we're fluid on how we get there, but obviously we want to have a safe community. But all of these elements are interconnected. We didn't arrive here in isolation. And I suspect, tonight and tomorrow, there'll be a lot of blame being thrown around. I'm not interested in blame. I'm interested in, as you said, Chief, and as you said, City Manager, in how are we sustainable moving forward? And the services review, City Manager, actually, I'm even more interested in that strategic plan and how we develop a path forward for this city to thrive economically, socially, culturally. And within that, and Chief, you talked about, the services that the public want or expects. Well, as you said, Councillor Reardon, with due respect to our citizens, I may want the gold standard, but I may only be able to afford the bronze standard. So that strategic plan, City Manager, that we're developing is probably the even more critical document as we move forward. So I'll stop there, I think, and only to say, and I thank IAFF and President Melvin for joining the conversation with the province on tax reform. I would ask every citizen to join all of us on those conversations around reforms, because that is a conversation we've been having for 4 years. If we're not successful on reforms, Chief, you said it earlier, we're going to be back here again in a year, and we're going to be back again the year after that, and we're going to keep on cutting and cutting and cutting, and we just won't thrive as a community. I'll stop there with my commentary, but I do want to ask you one technical question, Chief, and sorry, I will. You can't see it, those of you at home, but the Chief, you shared with me, based on some conversation, a whole lot of data, and I know that services review will consume that data. For example, where we have fewer structure fires in 2019 than we had in all of the last 15 years, almost. There was one other year where we had slightly fewer. So I think the data is going to be critically important as we review. Here's my one question, Chief. Back on the holiday Monday, we had a lot of events happening at once, and we had a period of time where there were no apparatus available. And I can't remember exactly, but I think you said there were 69 times in 2019 where we had no apparatus available. Somewhere we had a period of time, Chief. My question, though, is I believe that you measure that in 15-minute increments. Am I correct in saying that measurement is in 15-minute increments?
That's correct, Councillor, Your Worship. That's correct. If we have a fire that goes 3 or 4 hours, within 45 minutes, we're no longer short-staffed because we called in overtime. So right. A fire of 3 or 4 hours wouldn't measure out to be 16 increments. It wouldn't be four times 4. It wouldn't be 4 15-minute increments for 4 hours.
Okay.
So it is 15-minute increments, but we're not presenting that exposure at long duration fires because we've backfilled. I
Okay.
think that's an important clarification because I wouldn't want people thinking, I'm always sensitive to people thinking we're trying to manipulate, and that's not what we do. So I want to make sure that we do it because that's the way the computer generates the report. If we did it in 1 minute increments, anyway, that's how we do it. So.
Yeah. So I guess what I mean, again, at the end of the day, we have to make some difficult decisions tonight. You, I'm sure, and your team have agonized over this. We're overspent by $10 million. We're going to see if council votes through the recommendation here in a moment. But I think what I guess I was getting at is it's important for the community to know we still have a good fire service. We have incredibly dedicated first responders, fire responders who are very good at their job, and we all have to work together to get through this period until the fire service review is in place. And we can't ignore the financial components of this. And but I guess what I was getting at is with my particular technical question, and I don't know if I'm off or not because there's 35,040 15-minute increments in a year. So where I was going with it is if we weren't available for 60 or 70 of them, did that mean we were available for 34,900 of them?
The answer would be yes, sure. So again, we're just identifying moments in time where we're exposed.
Yeah. So I guess I'd end with just how important the context is and that we all work together and that we all want to have a safe community and we need to move forward together and redesign a service, all of the services that we can afford. So thank you very much, Chief, for your comments. City Manager.
Your Worship, just on your final note there, I think it is important and, the fire chief obviously has an extensive background in public safety, as do I, as do others. I think the reality is in the public safety, we recognize that there will be occasions where we will be short on resources. It happens. There's not a public safety entity on the face of the planet that I am aware of that has been resourced for all possible eventualities. It's just not, it's unaffordable. One thing that I do believe to my core is that we have a highly professional fire department. We have a very well-trained fire department, and part of their training, both in terms of individual response, but also in terms of the leadership levels and the command structure, part of their training is to prioritize their work. And therefore, in those circumstances where resources do get tight, everybody from dispatch to the crews themselves, but most importantly to the command levels, are trained to prioritize the work to ensure that the job still gets done. And that's the benefit of having a highly trained and highly professional fire service like we have in the city of St. John. Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, well, thank you. Thank you for the presentations. Thank you, Council, for the discussion. And the recommendation is on the floor. So I will now call the question. All those in favor of the recommendation, please show me a hand. Okay, thank you. And anyone contrary minded? Okay, not hearing or seeing anyone. That is a unanimous vote of Council. Thank you. Next item, please, Common Clerk.
Your Worship, 12.3 on your agenda is implementing arena closure plan sustainability item.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Hugenholtz, I have you on my list to introduce it, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship, and members of Council. Council, as Deputy Commissioner O'Reilly prepares his presentation, I'll just remind councillors that this is a follow-up from the sustainability item approved on December 4th, 2019. In that original report, Council endorsed closing one arena. We've since gone and done some analysis of the two arenas that were under consideration, and we're here before you this evening with a recommendation. With that, I will turn it over to Deputy Commissioner O'Reilly.
Thank you, Your Worship. Can you see my screen okay?
You're good, Deputy Commissioner.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Your Worship and Council. So tonight is another sustainability item for Council's consideration. So similar to the previous motion, the Common Council has already approved a closure of an arena within St. John. That happened on May the 4th as part of your sustainability plan that was approved. Tonight's discussion and seeking of Common Council support is which arena to close at this point. Just to go back and remind Council and the community as to the justification for closing one of the arenas in the city of St. John, it all comes down to data around demand as well as policy. So we simply have too many arenas in St. John for the demand that is provided. Our arenas, even during the prime time, when evenings and weekends, when people have a chance to recreate, are not fully filled, not even to 90% levels. So we just simply don't have the demand, even during prime time, to fill up our rinks. As well as from a policy and a best practice perspective, we have too many for the population of St. John. We should have in the range of 3.5 arenas within the city. We currently have 5 when you consider the 4 city-operated owned arenas, plus the Lord Beaverbrook rink, which is also a community arena. As well, the closure of one arena actually does align with Play SJ. Play SJ has a big component of right-sizing facilities, and this fits in with that strategy as well. In terms of keeping an oversupply of arenas, there's cost to the community by doing so. So first of all, arenas are very infrastructure intensive. They're buildings with a lot of equipment, as well as the simple fact that you have to keep the ice cold no matter how much demand there is for rinks. So a lot of that cost is independent of use. So if you don't fill up an arena, you have very little chance of shedding a lot of costs. The costs are quite fixed. There's an impact on the users by having too much of supply. As Council recalls, you did approve subsidization policies for recreation based on cost recovery targets. And if we don't have a high level of demand, that cost recovery needs to be provided by a smaller number of user groups and results in higher hourly rates. Impact on taxpayers. So if you have high rates, you end up with less and less supply. It becomes a bit of a spiral. As well as there's the risk of that we reduce those hourly rates because of the reduced demand. That can be put back onto the city. In addition to that, the City of St. John taxpayers are also responsible for the capital investment of all the city's arenas. So keeping all 4 of the city-owned operated arenas are about the same level of investment over 25 years, give or take $4 million. And so by maintaining an oversupply of rinks, we're adding that additional $4 million of infrastructure investment required over a 25-year period. And certainly the oversupply of arenas has been a discussion point in terms of regional approaches to recreation and arenas specifically. So as a reminder, Common Council did approve this as a sustainability item. It was to be added on as $155,000 of the $10 million structural deficit for 2021. Tonight's decision is to action that recommendation by actually choosing the arena to close. As Council recalls well, we did go through a shortlisting process, identifying the Stu Hurley Arena as being on provincial land, and therefore the city's ability to develop that property in any state after, if it is closed, is slim to none because we don't simply own the land. Peter Murray is a bit of a unique situation because it's within one of the city's 4 district facility complexes. So it's right in the middle of it. It does share a parking lot with ball fields that are in the same complex as well. So closing that facility without impacting the rest of the district facility would be extremely difficult. So it really came down to a choice of the Charles Gorman and Hilton Ville arenas for closure. Just like the previous decision of council on the fire department, we do recognize as staff that this is a very difficult decision of council as well. So what we wanted to do as staff is take a look at the different factors that council may consider in terms of which arena to close, and certainly did feed into city staff's recommendation to council this evening. So we did look at the different factors. We also looked at evidence-based approach wherever we could in comparing these factors. The 6 factors we did consider are up on the screen right now. I will go into detail of the first 5 in previous and subsequent screens. But the 6th item, the long-term investment needs of those 2 arenas, we took a close look, and there's really no significant difference over a 25-year period between the Gorman and Bellier Arena in terms of infrastructure investment. And so that really didn't come into a factor in terms of which of those 2 arenas to close. I do want to mention at this point that I do have Brian Irving from Develop SJ on the call as well. We get into some of the questions and answer period around land sale opportunities and development opportunities. He will be available for those Q&As as well. And so what we did is we looked at specifically from a land sale price perspective between those 2 sites and which can generate the most potential income from selling those 2 properties. And hands down, the Charles Gorman Arena could obtain the best opportunity for sale, as well as the highest price for sale as well. So just from a land sale perspective, the Charles Gorman Arena would be the better choice. We looked with Develop SJ, looked at the sustained tax revenue opportunity of both those sites as well. So again, with selling the 2 properties, which of the 2 could generate the highest level of tax return for the city on a go-forward basis. And again, the Charles Gorman Arena is certainly higher valued in terms of its development potential. Kind of juxtapositioning with the opportunities of growth on the 2 sites itself, we also looked at the surrounding neighborhood around those 2 arenas, both in terms of the development potential within those 2 neighborhoods, as well as how the impact of recreation and other factors may contribute to growth within those 2 neighborhoods. So on the left is the Gorman Arena with the yellow circle around it, and on the right is the Bellier Arena site with the green circle. So on the left, and both these images are from Plan SJ. So with respect to Gorman Arena, there are 2 suburban intensification areas in orange that are in close proximity to the Gorman Arena. As well as in purple is the UNB Hospital Primary Center with the highest and most growth expected in addition to the uptown area. And on the right is the Bellier Arena with 1 urban intensification area in the lower west. So again, this particular item of comparison, we didn't have very strong empirical data to back this up, but certainly whatever impact recreation has on growth, having the Gorman Arena remain as opposed to the Bellier would certainly contribute to higher growth around it. So growth potential is higher in the Milledgeville area, as well as we've seen higher growth in the Milledgeville area as well. We also looked at impact on community as a whole, and this image up on the screen right now shows the 5 city-owned arenas that are community arenas. In yellow is the Charles Gorman, and the green is the Hilton Bellier. And simply put, the closure of the Hilton Bellier would still provide the opportunity for 1 arena on the west side of the city, be the Peterborough Arena, well as the central north areas would be significantly impacted more by the Charles Gorman Arena closing. I'll also point out that one of the largest youth organizations that play hockey in our area, Lancaster Minor, they also use the River Valley Community Center in Grand Bay Westfield as well. So certainly reduced impact on the community by the Bellier closing. And we also considered stakeholder feedback. We did have a meeting in January with sports user groups. We had a specific question put to the ice sport organizations. There was no glaring issues operationally with the 2 arenas that those stakeholders put forward. However, certainly some comments during the meeting on the potential impact of growth, again, on the Gorman Arena, and all the following correspondence, most of it, which we asked those stakeholders to provide, again, pointed towards the concern with the Gorman Arena. So from a stakeholder feedback perspective, again, the Hilton Bellier Arena makes more sense to close. So this is just a summary slide of each of those 5 comparative factors. Again, just a one-to-one comparison of those 5 against those 2 arenas in terms of how they stack up with each other. And again, with the fact that the Hilton Bellier has less impact with 3 of them, are guided staff's recommendation this evening. Just some additional considerations. So we did look at staff at opportunities in the future to mitigate the impact on the union closure on the community in which it's impacted. That certainly can be considered as part of the long-term financial plan of the city. We also are looking towards the future of St. John as well. Again, just like the fire department's concerned, the city's restructuring plan, again, considers the $10 million structural deficit for 21 and 22, but again, always also looks forward into the future. And the future is bright with recreation in the city as well, in terms of exploring again regional approaches to recreation, but also exploring all their recommendations within Class J in terms of the multiplex options, as well as different operating models potentially than the one we currently entertain with the Forest City rinks. These are all opportunities that we need to look at in the future as the city continues to grow. After we deal with the $10 million structural deficit that's before us for the next 2 years. So the recommendation before you this evening, Common Council, is to close the Hilton Bellier Arena. We are recommending that you direct the city manager to seek a buyer of that property. And just as a point of clarification as well, there is a sports field beside the Hilton Bellier Arena, and we'd be recommending that be included as well as part of the sale option. And with that, I'll stop sharing my screen. And as I mentioned, Your Worship, I do also have Brian Irving on the call as well from Developers today.
Okay, thank you. City Manager first, and then I see you, Deputy. Go ahead, City Manager.
Your Worship, members of council, just to provide some concluding remarks as the City Manager, there are 2 key steps moving forward in terms of arenas within the City of St. John. The first one, Deputy Commissioner O'Reilly touched on quite well, and that is the notion of right-sizing our inventory. We have too much supply for the demand that exists within the city. By reducing an arena out of the inventory, the remaining demand would go to the 4 remaining arenas, and therefore those arenas would be far more efficient in their use, and the overall costs would come down. Because as Commissioner O'Reilly mentioned, it doesn't matter whether there's users in the arena or not. The costs are still there when it comes to operating an arena. So right-size the number of assets and drive the demand to the remaining arenas that exist within the inventory. That is not the end of the arena discussion, not by any stretch of the imagination. There needs to be a strategy put in place for the longer term. There are discussions that need to occur in council and decisions made in terms of what is the future service levels expected for arenas. Do we wish to privatize? Do we wish to declare it a core function? Do we wish to continue with the subsidization model? If we wish to privatize, how many? The entire inventory or a different hybrid model? Do we wish to continue with our dispersed model of arenas within the City of St. John, or drive towards a central multiplex model? And how many ice pads would that have, et cetera, et cetera? Those decisions cannot be made quickly. There is going to be a tremendous amount of stakeholder engagement required before we come back to council with any sort of recommendations on those questions that I just suggested. For now, the effort has been on right-sizing and making our demand meet our supply. With that, Your Worship, Deputy Commissioner O'Reilly is ready to take any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you, Deputy.
Your Worship, one main question for me is in the recommendation, when you're talking about the Hilton VA, the property, you say you'll sell it or you will demolish the building, but it can't be used as a rink. Why do we say that? What is the reason for the city to say that that building cannot continue to be a rink or operated by somebody else? Like either if somebody leased it or somebody bought the property. I just need to know why.
Your worship, if you don't mind, I'll take that one. It falls on the comments I just made. We have too much supply. If a private entrepreneur were to take that arena and continue to run it as an arena, we still have 5 arenas, and we don't have the demand for 5 arenas, which means the 4 municipal rinks that would be remaining, the LBR plus 3 others, would still be in the exact situation where we're running arenas that are not used to optimum capacity. We need to remove an arena from the inventory if we want to be as efficient as possible and make best use of taxpayer dollars.
Okay, so I just want to enlarge on this bit. So leasing that building, Hilton VA, to somebody else would not make sense, even if the city was receiving whatever amount of money each month. You feel that would be wrong for the city?
Again, picking up on the city manager's comments. So again, from a demand perspective, it's not there. And as well, on top of that, any type of lease options, the city would likely be involved in risk. And again, we have to consider there's operating maintenance costs for these facilities, but there's also long-term infrastructure replacement requirements. I mentioned the $4 million figure. So again, the demand's not there for the supply, and some type of leasing option where the city takes on risk will keep the city in the game of too many facilities and too much responsibility for infrastructure.
Okay, thank you. Could I just ask a question to Brian Irving, if I may? Could we, I mean, it's a lot of money to demolish the building, and we probably wouldn't want to spend that. It's $500,000 almost. So could we, or do you think we'd be in takers if we sold the land with the building on it in the terms that they would have to agree to demolish it? I mean, I think on Hilton VA, I think that would make a great housing development, but then, you know, the developer would have to take down that building, or we would have to take it down the building, and that's a lot of money. I just want to comment on it.
Through you, your worship, to the councillor, deputy, sorry. The Value site is very challenging to market financially. The cost of demolition being more than $250,000. And we looked at the site being developed primarily in 2 phases. Phase 1 would be the low-lying fruit, which would be some development out in the parking lot. We figured, given the municipal plan and the servicing and the vicinity, the context would probably be low-rise, intense development, as well as perhaps some townhouse. So we kind of modeled it somewhere around, you know, up to 22 units maximum. And then the second phase, or the future phase, would really involve the need to take the rink down and to drive services up through the green space to do some, again, low-density townhouse type development. The problem is the market demand, current demand, it doesn't really make that a really appealing development prospect at this time. Maybe at some point in the future, but today we don't think that demand is there. So I think there's some hope that you could get some low intensity development on the surplus parking out front overlooking the water, but it's a very challenging site to market overall.
And if I may, your worship, just in the interim, there's other options that we would absolutely encourage and work through. I am aware of old arenas that have been turned into paintball arcades. I'm aware of old arenas that have turned into roller derby and roller skating community activities. So there are other things that we can look at while we are trying to find a development opportunity for that arena. I do not believe it is a case of it must be demolished and it must be demolished tomorrow. There are other things that we can be looking at for that property.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you, Worship. I guess my question would be to Mr. Irving. With the Gorman rink out there, we obviously know that you've looked at it in supply. It'd be a much easier sell for development, because I guess council gave the direction how to save money and how to raise some money at the same time. So my question is, today, is a neighborhood rink an asset or a liability or in between somewhere? Because I know from my own experience, when I grew up, Lancaster Rink was my home rink. Today, from driving my son around all the country, a neighborhood rink is no more. And you're in the development business, does that make a big difference in the selling point today?
Through you, your worship, to the councillor, I think it's an interesting discussion because there is some salient arguments that a rink is a good recreational asset for our community. I think that's hard to argue. There's also great discussions around the fact that all rinks are 10 or 12 minutes from where most people live, so it's a pretty drivable rink scenario. I guess we didn't look at it from that perspective. That's more of a question for the growth, the planning and growth team and the municipal plan. We really looked at it, primarily from land value and potential tax base, and obviously an absolute ton of demand for commercial and residential in Milledgeville, and the Gorman represents in our report stated clearly there's a ton of potential that could be captured there.
So the land on the west side where I live is going to be a much harder sell in a long-term development.
Yeah, we believe it's going to be challenging. We think there's a very challenging site to market, yes. And that's not to say, as the city manager pointed out, that we can't find development or that we can't find creative alternatives for the space. It's not as obvious, in terms of the opportunity that the Gorman would present in the current market.
Okay, my next question is for Deputy Commissioner O'Reilly. Tim, you mentioned we know we have an overabundance of rink supply, but I'm a big private enterprise person. And if we did, I know you don't want to lease out the rink, but if there's another proposal within here from the Milledgeville people to take over the Gorman rink and have the LBR run it. So if we got out of the rink business, and I'm talking the city, down the road, would that not be beneficial to us in the big picture of saving money and getting rid of the liabilities that we have, but still look after the residents that they have hockey to play, ball hockey and all sorts of things?
Your questions are a great one, Councillor Armstrong, and absolutely, we need to take a close look at all those future opportunities with our remaining rinks in terms of ownership, how we operate them, et cetera, et cetera. To be frank, the stakeholder discussions I've had so far with the user groups have not even touched on that type of topic yet. What we've asked council to decide tonight in the last couple of months has been purely focused around the inventory of rinks and how many we need in the city of St. John for the demand. We need one fewer. Your questions around, who operates them, how many we need, multiplex or separated rinks in the community are all things, as the city manager mentioned, we need to look at. That is that bright future for St. John beyond the current structural deficit that we need to address for 21 and 22. So right questions, we just haven't taken a close look at those answers yet.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Reardon, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I am happy to make a decision to close a rink. I lost my bandwidth for a little bit there, so I hope I'm not repeating what's already been asked. But I'm not in favor of with the condition that it not be operated as a rink again. I would like to sell it. I don't want to lease it. I'd like to get rid of it. I'll go along with the Bellier. But I would like to put it up for sale as is, where is, and see what comes out of it. At the end of the day, if we still have if the city's concerned we have too many rinks and we won't be able to fill our other rinks, I would sell another one of our rinks next year. Or I would, if there's too many rinks, whoever buys the Bellier isn't going to be able to run it either any better than we can run it. So I think that should organically work itself out. So I would like to just say, well, we'll close the Bellier and that we'll sell it as is, where is, and see what happens there before I make any other decisions on it. I did agree that I would close a rink We already said that. I'm willing to do that. This is another little twist on the story that I wasn't prepared for, and I'm not ready to go there yet. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McKenzie.
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, I agree with what Brian Irving said. I agree with what city manager said. And I think that tonight we have to decide if we're going to close the Hilton Bellier Arena. And in the future, we have to decide what's going to happen to that site. Because I think there's a lot of possibilities out there that haven't been explored. And by me supporting this full recommendation, I'm saying demolish the building, sell the property. It can't be used as a nice surface. I'm taking away all kinds of opportunities. So I would just like to separate it, vote on the recommendation to close the Hilton Bellier Arena, and leave the other two for future discussion after those possibilities have been explored. Is that possible?
John, I would second your motion if you make that a motion.
Well, I would do that. I'm asking if
city manager. Your answer is it possible? Yes. City manager comment.
Yeah, exactly. It is possible. I do simply need to reemphasize again that when we took a look at all of the sustainability initiatives and what we are going to bring forth to council for you to decide on, one of the driving factors behind our recommendation to close an arena was to right size the inventory. And I think we need to stay focused on that. The reality is we have too many rinks. We might as well, in my opinion, as your city manager, continue to send that message and not build false hopes that someone can come in and continue to run that as an arena, because then we have not achieved the right sizing that is required. We have too many rinks. And whether it's run by the municipality or run by a private enterprise, we need to reduce the number of rinks that we have. That's why our recommendation included that whatever we do with the property moving forward, it cannot be used as a rink, because then we don't achieve our ultimate aim of right sizing. The motion on the demolition perhaps could have been more appropriately worded, and certainly we would have no difficulty with that being removed for the time being while we continue to explore the other options. But the fundamental tenet behind us getting out of the arena business for one arena was to right size the inventory.
And I guess what I'm thinking is the market right sizing. So if I want to buy that building from you, right, and I can run it as an arena, it's no cost to you. I'm running it as an arena. I'm making a profit from it. But the city, because of our costs and us running arenas and our expenses and everything, are saying, well, we can't afford any more arenas. Well, I agree, we can't. But if an entrepreneur wants to use that building, as you said, you know, maybe it could be for speed skating training or something, you know. Like, I don't want to take those opportunities away, John, as city manager.
Understood. There is a cost to us, though, if we maintain that arena in our fleet. Put most simplistically, and we'll do very simple math, if we have 1,000 arena users and we maintain 5 arenas, that means approximately 200 people per arena. And at that cost, or in that model, if you go down to 4 arenas, you drive the demand up to 250. The more people we get into an arena, the more cost efficient we are. If we maintain a privately run arena, our municipal arenas will not have the numbers that they should have. And then the knock-on effect to the users is we have a subsidization policy now that says we do cost recovery in one way, shape, or form. So now all of a sudden the users will have to pay more to use the municipal arena because there's fewer users, and they still have to cost recover at the end of the day. So there is all sorts of reasons why we need to right size the inventory, and there will be a cost impact to the city if we don't.
Okay, but city manager, just as we continue this, I've got a whole lineup here of folks that want to speak. We could, I mean, again, it's up to council here, but what you said is just pulling aside the demolition from close the arena down, don't use it for ice hockey, those two pieces could be separated at this point.
We could indeed, and to a degree, I apologize because as staff, we have been talking about other options other than demolition. So certainly that would align well, that we don't need to be demolishing that building immediately. There are costs to maintaining it, but they pale in comparison to the $250,000 cost to demolish it.
Okay, thank you. Councilor McKenzie, can I come back to you? Are you finished, or can I come?
Yeah, I'm gonna make a motion that we take that out.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Hickey, I believe I had you. Okay.
Yes, just thank you, Your Worship, and thanks, John, Tim, and Brian for commenting. Just quickly, any impacts to, or what's the impact to soccer there? I take it it gets eliminated. Is there one?
We still feel confident that reducing that field, we will still achieve our demand on soccer fields as well. I don't know the numbers for sure. We're either +1 or just at the level recommended by Play SJ. So reducing by 1 will not have a significant impact on the level of supply identified in Play SJ.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Sullivan, I had you, sir.
Thank you, Your Worship. I should acknowledge that, I have had phone calls and been lobbied in favor of selling that rink to a private developer. So I will, I can assume that others here have as well. So I just want to acknowledge that for some transparency. I'm not in favor of selling it and maintaining it as a rink. For all the reasons that the city manager said, the business case, and at the end of the day, all of these things we are doing because of the financial situation we are in. It doesn't make sense to sell it to somebody to compete with our other rinks because it doesn't maximize the efficiency of our other rinks. If we sold that rink, we would have empty ice at our own rinks that we own that we're still paying for. So that wouldn't make sense. I am in favor of decommissioning it as a rink and allowing the marketplace to see if they can come up with something else for it. And the city manager mentioned a few, but whether it be, lacrosse, if they could play in the winter, or somebody turn it into a basketball court, or I know roller derby is always looking for a spot in the winter because we put ice in the rinks that they use in the summer. I think there are lots of different opportunities out there. The other opportunity I would suggest is when we decommission it, the other sports I spend my time in the winter is curling, and there's a lot of infrastructure in there that I think may have some value. So before we decommission, tear it down, and throw everything to the scrap heap, certainly those large dehumidifiers would be loved in a curling rink and help them extend their season. Parts to a chiller to make ice, all those things. So when we do go down the path of decommissioning, just make sure that we get full value out of what is in there. And I'm pretty confident that there would be a secondhand market for most of the things that make ice and help it be a rink. I also think if we allow the creativity of those folks in St. John, I think somebody could certainly make a go out of a building like that for a lot of things other than an ice rink. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple quick comments then for me. And then I'll come back to you, Councillor McKenzie. So first of all, I just building on some of the conversation, I'm not interested in if we drive our volume down in any fashion, as you said, city manager, essentially what we'll do is put costs up to taxpayers, or our subsidy will go up in the remaining ranks. I'm interested in moving to phase 2 of your plan, city manager and deputy commissioner, around exploring the one area we were making a little bit of traction on regionally was rinks. And through that benchmarking, that's how we arrived at the oversupply. And I'm interested in that conversation. And I think if you're being lobbied, Councillor Sullivan, and thank you for your transparency. And we know we received a letter in the kit tonight from a group in Milledgeville that have some interest in the Gorman rink. Then I'd say, City Manager, let's get on with phase 2 and explore those opportunities of some level of privatization. But it shouldn't be to the guy lobbying us or gal, I don't know who it is. It should be in an open and transparent process that we've crossed T's and dotted I's. And if we can get out of the hockey rink business, then we should do that with our eyes open. And lastly, I'm interested in a broader conversation on reduced subsidies, more fairness, and a sustainable path forward, whether it's recreation or not. And then I guess in terms of no surprise to Brian Irving's comments that perhaps Milledgeville would be more valuable for our remarketing than the other consideration, but certainly heard from a lot of folks. We know we collect a high level of tax in Milledgeville, that the rink is highly regarded, that the demographics are supporting that rink heavily. And that's why I think we've seen some business leaders in Milledgeville step up and say, hey, if you're having a problem here, we'll invest dollars in that particular rink. So anyway, I guess my comment would be, take the first step. I support closing down this arena and limiting its use. I think if you separate the demolition, and then City Manager, I'd be interested when we can and getting on with a broader conversation about the exploration of privatization of some of those services. So thank you. Okay, thank you, Councillor Reardon.
Like I said before, what I'm interested in is shutting down the rink. I'm still interested in doing a little bit of exploring. I don't want to say it can't be used as a rink. Private enterprise may develop a different demand for that. I don't want to stifle any of that yet. So I'm willing to say, close the rink. And if it is used as a rink, like I said, for private industry, and they want it, or a private, whatever, business wants to use it, and they can make a go at it, then there's something wrong with the way we're running our rinks, I guess. And I'll sell another one next year. Maybe the Gorman will go, or the Murray will go next year. I don't know. But I just want to do this one component of it right now. That's where I am. I'll shut down that rink, close that rink.
Okay, thank you. So we have a recommendation in the kit, but there was a suggested perhaps separating of the demolition. Councillor McKenzie.
Thank you, Worship. Yeah, I tend to agree with Councillor Reardon. I mean, because if we lose people in our existing rinks to a rink that's been privatized, then we simply have less use for our existing rinks. And we just get out of the business eventually. So I think that the thing I'd like to do, I'd like to make a motion that we close the Hilton VA Arena and leave it at that, and staff will go forward and see what kind of options are out there.
I'll second it.
Okay. Any discussion, comments on that motion?
Oh, can I just clarify? The motion is one line only then, that we close the Hilton VA.
And that staff will explore options for the Hilton VA. Did I get that correct, Councillor McKenzie?
Sure.
Yeah.
And just to be transparent, Your Worship, I've talked to the businessmen that you mentioned, and I think that they're right on track with their line of thinking. That's all. So we'll just give them a chance. Give staff a chance to look at other options. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. City Manager.
Your Worship, if I may, a point of clarity. If we're going to explore other options for the use of the Hilton Bellier, first of all, there is no capacity to do that until 2021. Just so that Council understands, our intent for an overall ICE strategy was a 2021 work plan issue. There's still some potential that it might be regional, but that's proving very difficult. It may end up being a city-only ICE strategy. That's work in 2021. So as City Manager, I cannot come back to you with a recommendation on the Bellier until that ICE strategy is resolved. one way or the other. So this is not, I just want to manage expectations here that if the motion is simply close the Bellier, understood, but it will be many, many, many months before we come back to you with a recommendation as to what to do with that arena. In the interim, we will of course enter into discussions with any interested groups where they can share our ideas with us. But if we are going to get into any sort of significant sell or lease options, we will not be negotiating with a single person. We will be opening this up to all proposals from all interested parties. This will not be a first person through the gate to get to us gets their choice. We will have to consult broadly on this.
Very good.
Okay, so understood. Thank you, Councillor Norton. Yep. Councillor Norton? I see Councillor Casey. Yep.
Thank you, Your Worship. Is there, through you, Your Worship, to the city manager, is there, I'm just worried with those timelines. Is there a way that perhaps an external real estate company can take on that file for us? Like, I mean, if staff is saying, hey, look, we don't have time to enter discussions and contemplate, negotiate the potential stop up, closure, and sale of a city asset, and can somebody in the private sector do that on our behalf? You know, I
It
know
needs to be done in the greater context, Council. My apologies. It needs to be done in the greater context of an overall ICE strategy. If Council wishes us to keep on the table the possibility that private enterprise will operate that rink as an arena, we need to take a look at that within the bigger context of an overall ICE strategy. Because right now, today, the staff recommendation to you is quite the opposite. We need to right-size our arena inventory, and we cannot continue with 5 arenas. We simply do not have the demand for 5 arenas. So the ICE strategy needs to be developed before we could come back to you with any sort of recommendation that the Bellier continue to be used as an ice rink in any capacity, privatized or at a municipal level. What we can do and what we continue to invite is proposals for it to be used for other purposes. And, you know, I was only half joking when I said it would make a great paintball park. It would also make a great basketball court or a soccer court for interior use during the winter months. All those opportunities are there, and those would not interfere with the ICE strategy. But to continue to maintain it as a possibility for as an ice rink, we have to resolve the ICE strategy first, in our view.
I guess, you know, I think what we're hearing, city manager, at least I'm a bit conflicted, is what we're doing is we're making decisions, or we're boxing the private sector out of options that really are that really at the end of the day are the decisions of the private sector to make their own determinations, and then the city can respond appropriately if the private sector decided to open up a rink or not. For, I guess, for instance, you know, we're talking about a regional ice strategy, but there's, what's to say, and I'm speaking in the hypothetical here, that somebody opens up a rink on the Golden Mile, and all of a sudden there's another rink and it's competing against public assets. I mean, well, there's less demand on our city owned facilities. I guess I hear what the councilor is saying. We stop up and close, and we allow the public, the private sector, to make a determination as to what the best use of that facility is. And so I'm conflicted with protecting our own public assets, at the same time giving the freedom to the private sector to make a determination as to what they'd want to use that facility for. And by not saying that, we'd go into conversations on some of those things for quite some time. I think those aren't the timelines that the private sector works on. They work much quicker. So I am a little bit, I really don't know which way to go with this. So,
well, Councillor, if it helps at all, the counter to that is we are enabling a for-profit organization to make a profit at the expense of the municipal budget, because the arena will make money to whoever leases it or buys it from us. And the only people who will be disadvantaged is the municipality, because we will lose demand at our municipal rinks. To do this in isolation is very problematic. We need to have an overall ice strategy that understands the impacts of doing something like that. Because we are, with taxpayer dollars, going to enable a private company to make a profit.
Absolutely, and I think that's what you're hearing, the frustration in my voice, that I don't know which way to go with that. That's the same reason that we have discouraged in the past St. John Transit from providing tourism or tourist buses to the cruise ship industry, because we felt that it's public dollars competing against private dollars as it relates to tour buses. It falls within that same domain. So I very much understand exactly what you're saying, and that's the reason behind my I guess my clarity in terms of what I support here and what I don't support here. I don't know if we need to table this and come back. I don't know if there's a possibility for that, if somebody wants to sponsor a tabling motion to give some more discussion to this. I mean, obviously nothing's going to happen in the next week or two, but geez, it looks like we need some more discussion. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. It's an observation. I continue to learn, I guess, in my 4 years in here, how we debate items like this over $150,000 longer than we debate $25 million, $50 million line items. You've got before you, and I guess if somebody wants to table, we've got a recommendation as we instructed staff already in our sustainability items to close an arena. We've got, I don't know, no one's called me. I'm very much in the camp of crossing T's and dotting I's and understanding the implications. We already subsidize arenas to the tune of $979,000 a year. Before, and I rarely get to vote, I agree to put that subsidy up for taxpayers so a private operator can make money over in the other corner. I want to see the whole picture so we make an informed decision. And let's spend some time. I don't see how that piece is a priority over everything else we're working on. Your city manager just said he needs the rest of this year, to implement the restructuring plan. So I get it. I don't know. No one called me to lobby me on this. If we're going to sell our rinks off, let's put them all in a basket and let's have a proper plan, and let's put that out to the full market to see if that's a better option than us operating our rinks together. I'm just concerned, folks. We just spent 35 minutes on a $100,000 item, and that's democracy. But anyway, Councillor Merrithew, you hadn't commented yet, and I think you wanted to jump in. And Councillor Merrithew.
Yeah, look, again, motions on the fly, okay? Dangerous, really dangerous. Think about what's going to happen, okay? Someone buys this rink, some individual, and he's going to undercut the city of St. John because there's only really a finite number of users of the rink. All right, he's going to undercut the city of St. John for the cherry pick the best times, okay? Put us further in the hole. That's what would happen with any smart businessman. All right, it just, guys, these motions on the fly are just a bad idea. So I'm going to make a tabling motion, please. Can I have a seconder?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, seconded. Okay. Okay, on the tabling motion then, I will call the question. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4. Sorry, folks, 5. I think we've got 6 there. Okay, and those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, thank you. The motion is carries and the item is tabled. Thank you. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Your Worship, my apology. Could we just call out the names of the nays?
Yeah, thank you. Councillor McKenzie, if I get this wrong, folks, McKenzie, Casey, Armstrong, no, the nays, I thought, and I thought Strobridge. Correct? Yep. So McKenzie, Armstrong, Casey, Strobridge were nays. Thank you. Motion's carried. Next item.
Next item, Your Worship, is 12.4 on your agenda. It's a report from staff entitled Resource Levels and Implications on Service Levels COVID-19.
Move the recommendation, please.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded by Councillor Strobridge. I have to look at the recommendation. Okay.
File, Your Worship.
Oh, it's a receive and file. Okay, thank you. Any discussion, or city manager, anything urgent that you wanted to highlight for us?
Your Worship, I think in the interest of time, and it's been a late evening, that we should probably, I will reschedule another briefing. The reason we wanted to provide this evening is not so much for council's awareness, but for public awareness as to our resource constraints in COVID-19 and the reality that we have not hired the casual workforce that we normally hire over the summer months. It's not unlike how we manage expectations for winter storm maintenance. We have to manage expectations through the summer months. I think this can wait till the next regularly scheduled council meeting for us to provide that presentation for awareness to council. Awareness to the public. Council members are already aware of it through the slide deck that we provided to you.
Okay, thank you. So it's a receive and file with a recommendation to put it back on the agenda for discussion at the next regular council meeting. That's okay. I think the motion was already on the floor. Councillor Reardon, do you have a question, comment?
I just have a 2-second comment. It's so important for us to explain what that we expect of the public back. So that's huge. Like when, with even just with mowing, if I'm sure there's a lot of people that would mow.
You froze.
If they knew that the city wanted them to do that or wanted the help. So I think that needs to get out there.
Okay, I think you froze for a moment, but Councillor, you froze, Councillor, but I think what you're saying is, what help do we need for the public in this unprecedented period? And if we just explain that clearly, that would be helpful. Okay.
Let us know. Let us know.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you. On the motion to receive and file and reschedule, all those in favor? Thank you. Anyone contrary minded? Thank you. Sorry. Okay, I should explain to the public, I'm not technically voting. I'm just encouraging others to put their hand up. I only vote in a tie. So, okay, thank you. Next item, Common Clerk.
Your Worship, item 14.1 on your agenda was an item removed from consent agenda, and it's a report entitled 2020 Spring Project Contributions from LLP Trust Fund.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Strobridge, you asked for that to be removed.
Yes, I did. Thank you. I first off just want to state quickly, thank you to Tim O'Reilly and all the staff in his department on getting this out. And I know it was really challenging. I know there was issues with staff changes, and I certainly appreciate that you're very, very busy. And the reason why I pulled this out is, first off, I want to talk about the Redhead Community Association's application for the dog park that they want to construct. So I'm very happy that they've been recommended for $5,000 to go towards the project. That's going to start, but unfortunately, that's not enough to construct it. And so, to take council back last year in October, Councillor Merrithew had made a motion that I wrote requesting. I was asking council if they would consider making a one-time exception to the LPP trust policy and award the Redhead Community Association up to $15,000 to construct this dog park. And that motion was ultimately referred to staff, naturally. And so when the report for this here tonight, my motion is not specifically addressed, but I did speak to the city manager about it on Friday, and he said, well, that he wouldn't be able to support the recommendation, and I said, okay, good enough. So all of council would have received an email from me earlier this morning, because I just wanted to give everybody a heads up on what I was going to ask them for this evening. And I won't restate everything that I said to all of you in that email. I'm hoping all of you had a chance to read it. So what I'm motioning council is essentially the same motion that I made back in October, is that you approve a one-time exception to the Land for Public Purpose Trust, and to give the Redhead Community Association up to $15,000. So that would be another 10 on top of the 5 that is in the recommendation for them to construct their dog park in Redhead. If I can get a seconder, that would be greatly appreciated.
Okay, Councillor Merrithew has seconded.
Okay, so the project, of course, would be open to anyone in the city and of course the public. It would be 100% maintained by the members of that association. There'd be no ask from the city as far as maintaining it. Construction would be done by a private contractor. Traditionally, the one that is brought in to do this stuff is Fundy Fencing. I'm not saying they're the ones that would be picked, but they've built other dog parks around the city. And the quote that was provided came from them. Now, the quote was based on the size of the one that's over east at the Little River Reservoir, which is far larger than the one that the Redhead Group is hoping to build. So it would be much less. I would say they would get it built for under 10,000. You know, it'll be open to the public. It'll be maintained by the group. And as I said in the email, you know, the association has been very patient. This certainly wouldn't take money away from anyone else who wanted it. There's still $120,000 in the LPP trust of uncommitted funding. So no one else is going to do without. So I hope that, you know, council would give it some serious consideration and thought. And that's all I had to say about it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. I don't know if you can see me because I'm sitting in the dark.
It's pretty dark, yeah.
So anyway, I have to ask a couple things here. I'm not totally against a dog park, but this is, again, we're making a motion on the fly, as it was just mentioned a little bit ago about doing that. And it's getting late, and lots of people want money. And I do want to have 2 questions. I remember when we discussed this last fall, or when it was referred to staff, there was a condition out there where the dog park, where you want to have it made, and somebody said something about there's a pipeline or pipe goes through there or something, and it was supposed to be checked out whether it was legal to have a dog park there. I haven't heard anything back on that. And the other thing, I know that some years ago, and I don't remember, so somebody has to fill me in on this, when we used to give money from the Land for Public Purposes, especially for playground equipment, for schools and for some of our playgrounds, it was on the condition that the person applying for the money or the organization would raise at least half of it, and then the city would come in for the other half. So I need to have an answer on that before I can vote on this. And the other thing, and I can't read it because I am in the dark, there was something in the report that you were going to apply for money for if the city okayed it. So if the city gave you the money, the $15,000, and you applied for other funding and you received it, would that money then come back to the city?
Okay, thank you. City Manager, maybe to speak to the policy pieces first, sir, or?
Your Worship, through you to the councillor and to the Deputy Mayor. The policy is well articulated within our documentation, and it's on our website. Any application for this funding does have to, first of all, assure that there's no recurring costs, no ongoing maintenance costs, and everything else that the city will absorb. There is very clearly stated in this, and the councillor mentioned it, so I am not supportive of the exception, because the policy is quite clear that 50%, only up to 50% of the cost of the project should be funded through this particular source of money. And also, in addition to only 50%, the policy does recognize a difference between a local initiative, a regional, and a district initiative, and there are caps. And our recommendation is to fund it to the cap that's entitled for a local initiative, which is $5,000. So Councillor Strobridge is asking for a one-time exception to the policy in two regards, no more than 50% and the cap of $5,000. I guess my challenge in trying to support this is I don't know what a one-time exception would be. If council were to support this for this particular initiative, then quite frankly, the barn door has been open and we might as well change the policy because every other group can make the same argument. Give us an exception for the following reasons as well. And that's why as city manager, I informed the council that after review, we could not support the idea of granting the exceptions because there are two of them, and I don't see how this is a one-time thing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Council, just very quickly, I need a motion to suspend the procedural bylaw to go past 10 o'clock. Councillor Sullivan, I already know what you, thank you. Councillor Strobridge, seconded by, I think, Councillor McKenzie. Were you okay seconding that? Oh, you're not okay. Does somebody want to second? Councillor Norton, thank you. On the question, all those in favor? Thank you. Anyone contrary mind? Councillor Sullivan, Councillor Merrithew, and I think Councillor McKenzie. Okay, I'm with you as well. I don't know if you can see my abscessed tooth, and yeah, so. Okay, thank you, Deputy. That answers your question.
Well, not exactly, because we didn't find out, because it was asked last fall about access to the land, and I just need somebody to review that. I don't want to give money, just I want to make sure. I assume staff must know that. They must have checked into it. The other thing is there was something in the report tonight, and I guess I'll have to close the door and put the light on to find out. I think it was something we're getting money from the province or some organization. And if they do get that money, does it come back to the city, and then we can get some of our money returned?
Okay, Deputy Commissioner or City Manager, who can?
Yeah, Your Worship, a building permit would have to be issued for the dog park, and clearly all those checks and balances about pipelines or any other limitations to the building of this would be explored at that time. The approach that we took within the staff report is we are recommending that it be funded up to 50%, and that the community group has to find the funding for the other 50%. And that's where we believe the funding split should be.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Commissioner, how many projects, I'm trying to get through the report, how many projects were turned down? There were a number of other, so how many applications were there and how many did we approve?
Just counting them up, Worship.
Oh, sorry, okay.
There were 7 applications, and 3 of those are getting positive recommendations from staff. 3 of 7.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any other comments? Councillor McKenzie.
Thank you, Your Worship. Look, yeah, I wanted to talk about 3 that were in there that didn't get approved for next year. So I just want to make sure that we have that conversation.
Yep, no problem.
And I got to tell you, I just get called out for making a motion on the fly, and I'm not mad about it. But I mean, this is a motion on the fly.
Okay. So sorry, Counselor, to interrupt. So you're going to have a couple questions afterward. I guess what I'm thinking is that if we deal with the council, the motion that is actually on the floor right now, then we can go back. We can go back to the report, and you could ask your questions on a couple of other projects. Counselor,
That at another meeting, Your Worship. I just wanted to make sure we could have it.
okay, thank you, Counselor Reardon. Then I see you, Counselor Strobridge. Counselor Reardon, did you have a comment?
I just need to know what the motion on the floor is. Is it all of those three?
No, the motion on the floor is to go from $5,000
Just
to
the one item.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what? It's I don't feel I can support that right now. It's hard because, you know, to spend money on dogs when we've got cutting services for people, it's just the optics are hard at the time too. And I tend to agree with the city manager with the boundaries we've placed on there. So anyways, that's that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Strobridge.
If no one else has any more questions, I would just close out my motion.
Okay, go ahead.
I would just say, it is a motion on the fly, but the motion was originally made a year ago, like October last year, and it was referred, and the report is back, and my motion is not addressed. So I guess in one sense, it's not a motion on the fly. It just, the referral didn't come back in the report that I thought it was going to be in, but I certainly understand where Councillor McKenzie's coming from. And the other thing, just to maybe help Councillor Reardon's, thoughts on optics, I get that too, totally understand that, but this funding is only available for these types of things. So we can't take any of this money and put it into beautification of town, as an example. So if the money doesn't get spent, it just sits there and collects dust, right? So it's only for this type of thing, because I understand the optics like that argument too. And again, there's no recurring costs to the city. There's lots of money in the trust. As far as Councillor McAlery had asked a couple questions. If there's any money that is reimbursed back for this project, it would go back to the city. It wouldn't go into a Redhead Community Association bank account or anything like that. It would, and in fact, they can't even the association group can't even apply without the city doing it. It has to be a municipality, as it's stated in the report. And I think I'm accurate on that. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, and I guess I just, when you say, and I don't want to, I'm not arguing with you, Councillor. You mentioned, I guess, that your motion wasn't addressed, and I mean, another perspective would be that your motion was addressed, taken through the policy, and we have a staff recommendation. I know there's a separate motion on the plate tonight, but we had a recommendation to provide 50% or up to 50% of a project. So. Anyway, folks, look, we need to move on. There's a motion on the floor to make an exception to the policy to go from the $5,000 recommendation to $15,000. And I'm going to call that question. So all those in favor of the motion? Thank you. And those contrary-minded? Okay, thank you. The motion is defeated. Thank you. And then can somebody deal with the recommendation on the original report?
I'll move the recommendation.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Reardon, seconded by Councillor Hickey. Thank you. Any discussion on the original report? Okay, thank you. I'll call that question. All those in favor? Thank you. And anyone contrary-minded? Okay, not seeing or hearing anyone. Thank you. Motion is carried, and thank you for that work, Deputy Commissioner and others. Next item, Common Clerk.
Yes, Your Worship. Next item is 15.1 on your agenda, and it's a letter from H. Ham and G. Bro with respect to closing of Gorman Arena in Milledgeville.
Okay, thank you.
File.
Yeah, move the recommendation, seconded by Councillor Sullivan. Thank you. On the question, all those in favor? Thank you. Anyone contrary-minded? Not seeing any. Thank you. Next item.
Next item is a letter from E. Muir with respect to change of street names for Winslow and Ludlow Street.
Okay, thank you.
I'll make a motion to refer to city manager, but I'd like to speak on it for a
Well,
moment.
it's a referral motion, Counselor, so we won't be able to speak on it, but so you're moving the recommendation?
No, I'm referring to city manager, but how can I make a point?
You can call the city manager tomorrow. You know. So, okay, I have a referral motion on the floor, second by Counselor Sullivan. Thank you. Great. On the question, all those in favor? Thank you. Anyone contrary-minded? Not seeing any. Next item.
15.3, Your Worship's a letter from M. Carpenter with respect to 2018 Municipal Transportation Plan.
Will receive file.
Thank you. Seconded by Counselor Reardon. Thank you. On the question, I'll call the question. Oh, sorry, Counselor Reardon, comment? Oh, no, thank you. On the question, all those in favor? Thank you. Anyone contrary-minded? Not seeing any. Thank you. Next item.
15.4 is a letter from Commercial Properties with respect to reinvigorating Uptown St. John's business.
I'll move receive file.
Thank you. Seconded by Counselor Reardon. Thank you. I just want to say to the to council and the public, I did speak with Mr. Moore today, and I hope City Manager that Mr. Willett and others will continue to work with stakeholders in the Uptown as we work through those details. So thank you. On the question, all those in favor? Thank you. Anyone contrary-minded? Not seeing any. Thank you. Next item.
15.5 is a letter from the province with respect to the federal gas tax fund.
I'll move receive file.
Thank you. Seconded by Counselor Reardon. Thank you. Any on the question? Any comments? No, thank you. On the question, all those in favor? Anybody contrary-minded? Not seeing any. Thank you. Next item.
15.6, another letter from the province of New Brunswick with respect to surplus properties.
I'll move receive file.
It's a referral actually to City Manager or Deputy. Is that okay?
Oh, okay.
Yep. Thank you. And seconded by Counselor McKenzie, I think.
Yeah, is that going to the Growth Committee too?
I'm sure he heard your comment. It'll go to the City Manager. Yep. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. On the question, all those in favor? Anybody contrary-minded? Motion's carried. Next item.
15.7 is a letter, Greater St. John Community Group, a community-based 5-year sustainability plan for Charles Gorman Arena.
Okay, thank you.
For city manager.
Okay, so we had a referral from the Growth Committee to Councillor McKenzie, from Councillor McKenzie. The recommendation was received for information, but that's fine. So referral to Growth. Do we have a second for that?
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. Seconded. Okay, I'll call the question. So it's a referral, so no debate. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Anybody contrary-minded? Motion is carried. Thank you. Next item.
17.1, Your Worship, was a recommendation from Committee of the Whole, and it's with respect to a selection committee for general counsel. And I understand the City Manager wishes to introduce this.
Okay, thank you, City Manager.
Your Worship, members of council, just for public awareness, our city solicitor has announced his retirement for the end of September. We have already posted the job offer for a potential replacement. We've begun the selection process. As part of that selection process, since this will be a council-appointed position, we are seeking 3 members of council to participate as part of the selection committee and then be able to provide their views and observations to the remainder of their council members when this goes for vote to council. The motion this evening is simply to create or to ask the mayor to provide the 3 names of council for that selection committee.
Okay, thank you. The remover. Thank you, Councillor Reardon. Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Sullivan. On the question, all those in favor, sorry. Okay, thank you. Anyone contrary-minded? Not seeing any. Thank you. Motion's carried. Next item, or last item, I believe.
And Your Worship, just for the record on that one, the names that were put forward was the mayor, Councillor Reardon, and Councillor Merrithew.
That's right. Sorry. Thank you. Okay.
Last item, Your Worship, 17.2. It's a recommendation from Committee of the Whole with respect to an amendment to the Summer Arena license agreement. The recommendation was to approve the draft agreement.
Okay,
Move
thank
the
you.
recommendation.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Moved, and do I have a seconder? Okay, Councillor Reardon, thank you. Okay, any questions, comments? Okay, thank you. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Anybody contrary minded? Okay, motion carries. Thank you, folks. Thank you. Thank you. Seconded by everybody. And on the question, all those in favor? Thank you. And contrary minded, Councillor Sullivan votes against adjourning. So, okay. Well, thank you very much, everyone. Thank you for city manager to staff. It was another night filled with important conversations. Thank you very much and have a good night. Take care.
Thanks all.